My name is Lin Tao. My father brought back a woman and their 3-year-old son from outside. Not long after, my mother died in a car accident. Now, in order to take the shares left to me by my father and stepmother have found an excuse to force me to marry into the Su family and marry a woman who is in a vegetative state, Susan. This is like a bolt from the blue for me. My hatred for my father is getting deeper and deeper, but now, I am very glad to marry Susan. I believe that my father and stepmother will soon regret their decision. Chapter 50. The weather is getting cold, and it's time for Lin's to go bankrupt. I stood in front of the Caesar Hotel, and several luxury cars stopped behind me. Su Shengtian, a group of lawyers, accountants, and bodyguards got out of the cars one after another. We were 2 hours late, and Mr. Su was a little worried. Lin Tao, are we going too far? Is your father gone? I smiled disapprovingly and shrugged. Don't worry, old man, they must still be waiting for us. The king always appears last, and arriving a little late will just give them a warning. We walked into the hotel and headed directly to box 666. Before I even pushed the door open, I heard angry curses coming from inside. It was indeed Lin Jianjun who was angry. He thought that being half an hour late was already too much, but he didn't know that we had decided to be 2 hours late and leave him here. I pushed the door open and walked straight in, not giving him a chance to vent his anger. Seeing that I was really leaving, Lin Jianjun's arrogance instantly died down, and he could only stand there awkwardly. At this time, Bai Yuelan quickly stood up, smiling. Lin Tao, you misunderstood. Your father was just joking with you. Father? I don't have a father. My father died a long time ago. I do have a stepfather. My words pierced Lin Jianjun's heart like a knife. He was furious and almost lost control, but Bai Yuelan stopped him in time and whispered 2 words in his ear, forbearance. A chill spread down his spine, instantly calming him down. He stepped back and left the situation to Bai Yuelan. A few minutes later, we sat down face to face. Bai Yuelan handed me a contract, saying that the funds were ready and that the money would be in my account as long as I signed. I didn't even look at it and threw the contract directly to the top lawyer of the Su group. Bai Yuelan's expression was a little stiff, but she still tried to persuade him. Lin Tao, we are actually a family. Why do we have to make things so awkward? If you really sign, you will lose the most precious family relationship. Lin Jianjun softened at this time and assured shamelessly, Lin Tao, Dad was wrong before, but now I know I was wrong. Just listen to your mom and hand over the shares to me to show your sincerity. Dad will definitely give you full fatherly love in the future. I didn't respond, but turned to ask the bodyguards around me, do I look like an idiot? The bodyguards flattered me, and I had no choice but to stop them. I sneered at Lin Jianjun and his wife. Since I don't look like an idiot, why would you make a request that only an idiot would agree to? Just as they were about to make an excuse, my lawyer interrupted. Mr. Lin, this contract has several hidden traps. If you sign it, you may get into legal trouble or even go to jail in the future. I had anticipated this situation a long time ago, so I brought a professional team. Su Shangtian could not help it and angrily scolded Lin Jianjun. You are unworthy of being a father. You even betrayed your own son. However, Lin Jianjun had no shame at all. Instead, he shamelessly argued and tried to put the blame on the lawyer. I was too lazy to listen to his nonsense and directly ordered the lawyer to modify the contract. When the new contract came out, I smashed it hard in Lin Jianjun's face. Transfer the money to the Su family's account. If it arrives within 3 minutes, I will sign. Otherwise, I will leave immediately. My decisiveness shocked everyone present, but Lin Jianjun didn't dare to delay any longer. He immediately ordered someone to transfer the money and sign the revised contract. I closed my eyes and rested until Su Shengtian confirmed, Lin Tao, 3.5 billion has been received. I calmly opened my eyes and picked up the pen to sign. Lin Jianjun kept nagging me, threatening that I would regret it and saying that he would only recognize Lin Hao as his son in the future. But I didn't even bother to look at him and coldly said, the weather is cold and the Lin family should go bankrupt. After signing, I stood up and left without any regrets. I had finished this scene, and it was time to close the net. Lin Jianjun looked at my resolute back, feeling angry and disappointed. Unfortunately, I no longer cared about him as my stepfather. D51 Zhang let me, the sun god Chen Kersen form, light up this hot summer. It was noon. I was sitting in the Maybach, watching the gate of the Su family manor slowly open to me. Grandpa Su was going back to the company to handle business, so he didn't get out of the car. I waved goodbye to him, but I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that the position of the chairman of the Su family is really not something that ordinary people can sit in. It's too hard. As the Maybach drove away, I felt more relaxed. In comparison, I prefer the days of lying down and doing nothing, earning some pocket money, and living a leisurely life. With this in mind, I lazily walked into the Su family's villa. On the other side, Su Shangtian was giving instructions to the top lawyer in the car. Lawyer who, when you return to the company, you will draft a contract to transfer all my shares to Lin Tao. What? Chairman, are you serious? That's 25% of the shares. Lawyer whose eyes widened in shock. Grandpa Su spoke calmly, as if it was just a trivial matter, but I knew he had thought it over carefully. Su Shangtian continued to explain. If it weren't for Lin Tao, the Su family might have gone bankrupt long ago. This is what he deserves. Now, my health is getting worse and worse, and Susan may not wake up. In order to avoid major chaos in the group in the future, I decided to give the shares to Lin Tao and let him take over slowly. Lawyer who was shocked and speechless. Su Shangtian's words made people wonder, will the future of the Su group be named Su or Lin? Back at the villa, I went upstairs and prepared to continue my sticking plan. When I opened the door, I was stunned by the scene in front of me. A strangely dressed little boy stood in front of Susan's bed, wearing a white shirt and shorts, a wig, and a yellow straw hat tied behind his back. Nika! She suddenly turned around and revealed a familiar face. It was Chen Kersen. What are you doing? I looked at her strange clothes in silence. She ignored my question and took out a small drum, beating it and laughing. Nika, Nika, Nika! I couldn't help it, and I went up to her and smacked her on the head. Stop messing around. Speak human language. Chen Kersen covered her head and squatted on the ground with grievance. I am playing the drum of liberation, and I have become the freest person. You can call me the sun god, Kersen. I shook my head helplessly, but I recognized in my heart that she was cosplaying Luffy from One Piece. I didn't expect that there is also One Piece in this world. This was my favorite anime when I was a child, but later I stopped watching it because the plot was dragging and I was busy with work. I curiously asked about the subsequent plot, and Chen Kersen immediately became excited and talked about the current progress. She told me that Luffy has become one of the 4 emperors and is fighting a fierce battle with Kaido. While we were discussing heatedly, no one noticed that Susan's right little toe was trembling slightly. Chapter 52. Susan's consciousness is exposed? I'm not having cramps. The other side. In the dark cage of consciousness, Susan was almost irritated by the heated discussions about anime. When Chen Kersen came over not long ago, Susan found the right moment and started shaking her little toes desperately. At this moment, Lin Tao opened the door and walked in. After discussing with Chen Kersen for a while, Lin Tao sat back in front of the bed and habitually took the girl's white and tender hand. Susan, I'm back. Reporting, the share transfer contract has been signed. 3.5 billion has also been deposited into the Su Group's account. Soon, the difficulties encountered by the Su family will be solved. I have kept my promise. Until you wake up, I will protect everything you care about most. Susan felt relieved when she heard that the crisis of Su Group was resolved, especially when she felt the warmth coming from her palms. It was as if a ray of warm sunshine was rising in Susan's heart. It illuminated the darkness and silence that had appeared in my heart after Lin Tao left not long ago, and dispelled the boundless fear that I once had. Lin Tao really did it, and gave all 3.5 billion to Grandpa? That's a full 3.5 billion. Wouldn't he feel bad? He took out so much money and cut off ties with his family, just to keep his promise to me? This person? Is he a fool? I am not worthy of him at all. At this time, Susan's emotions were extremely complicated. Faced with such sincere devotion, she felt a pressure that she could not bear. Lin Tao treated her like this. After she woke up, it became harder and harder to ask the other party to leave the Su family. Oh, so annoying. Chapter 53. Susan is so embarrassed. Little toe, I call you. Do you dare to answer? In the dark room, the little girl Chen Kersen suddenly squatted down, lifted Susan's quilt, and claimed that her little toe was cramping. I thought she was fooling around, but when I lowered my head, I saw an incredible scene. Susan's little toes, those white and slender toes, were actually trembling slightly. This subtle movement, like an ancient woman waving with a handkerchief, touched my heartstrings. Was it my eyes that were blurry? I rubbed my eyes and checked again. Yes, the little toe was indeed moving, and it was swinging up and down rhythmically. I took a breath of cold air, and suddenly felt the air in the room become thinner. Chen Kersen also noticed my reaction. She followed my gaze and looked over, her face full of surprise. Lin Tao, Sister Susan, she is really moving? Chen Kersen opened her eyes wide, her voice filled with disbelief. I nodded, but my heart was already in turmoil. The process of vegetative patients waking up is not a one-time process, but starts with regaining consciousness in a certain part of the body and then gradually expands. Countless medical knowledge flashed through my mind. The trembling of Susan's little toe may be a sign that she is about to wake up. This isn't a cramp, it's Susan regaining consciousness. I muttered to myself, feeling a surge of regret. Why didn't I notice her abnormality earlier? She must have regained some consciousness, but neither of us noticed. Lin Tao, do you think Sister Susan can really hear us talking? Chen Kersen asked me uncertainly. Susan, if you can hear us talking, just move a few more times. I suppressed the excitement in my heart and spoke to Susan gently. As soon as I finished speaking, the little toe moved twice. At this moment, my heart seemed to be about to jump out. Susan was really conscious. She could hear me talking. Great. Sister Susan is really awake. Chen Kersen jumped up excitedly, then quickly turned around and ran out of the room to find a doctor to confirm. I stood there, looking at Susan's little toe, which was still trembling. I felt mixed emotions, joy, and a little self-blame. I knew what kind of suffering Susan was going through, but I had never noticed it. I'm sorry, Susan. I'm not careful enough. I whispered to myself. Although I knew she might not hear it, I still hoped that she could feel my guilt. Chapter 54. Susan's determination. Men will only affect the speed of my revenge? The room was silent again. I stood in front of the bed, staring at Susan's motionless figure. Her name just came out of my mouth, but suddenly got stuck in my throat, as if something was blocking the words in my heart. I took a deep breath, and the sigh echoed in the air. Although I knew Susan might still be conscious, her stillness gave me a strange peace of mind. This peace came from a sense of control. She was a vegetable that could not resist, and I was the one who was looking down on her. However, now she has shown signs of waking up, and it is even possible that she will recover completely soon. This change suddenly made me feel a little overwhelmed. After all, before she fell into a coma, we had almost no interactions. Our most frequent interactions were when she was in a vegetative state. Actually, this isn't really an interaction, is it? It's all my one-sided output. I laughed at myself, but a trace of uneasiness flashed through my heart. When she wakes up, will she reject me or even ask me to leave? Can I really accept that situation? The silence in the room made me feel uncomfortable. I called her name softly, but I found that there were too many things in my heart that I didn't know how to say. Could she hear me? Would she mistake my sigh for me not wanting her to wake up? At this moment, Susan was also full of doubts and uneasiness in her dark consciousness. Did my sighs and hesitant attitude make her misunderstand my intentions? Did she think that I didn't want her to wake up? Susan, I guess the person you most want to announce the good news to right now is your grandfather? I finally spoke, hoping to confirm her thoughts through her little actions. Susan seemed to have heard my voice, and she moved her toes slightly in response to my question. I smiled and nodded, then picked up my phone and started calling Su Shintian. However, I didn't know that Susan was going through a fierce struggle in her heart at this moment. She forced herself to abandon those throbbing feelings and told herself that men would only affect her revenge plan. Men? I don't need them, she muttered to herself, trying to suppress all her emotions. But I was completely unaware of this. I was just silently happy for her awakening and secretly vowed in my heart that no matter what the future held, I would stay by her side until she fully recovered. Chapter 55. If you chase me away, I can only go to the rooftop to enjoy the fresh air. The wind on the rooftop is very strong. Half an hour later, Chen Kersen finally brought in the Chinese medicine expert Deng Lao to conduct a thorough diagnosis on Susan. The result was shocking. Susan's recovery was good, and she would definitely wake up in half a month at the least, or several months at the most. Mr. Lin, your massage technique is amazing. There is always someone better than you. I admire you. Mr. Deng looked at me in amazement. Susan, who should have been in a coma for life, showed signs of waking up because of my massage. This is undoubtedly a medical miracle. I smiled and responded modestly, it was just luck. Please keep it a secret for me, Mr. Deng, and don't spread it. I didn't want to get into trouble because of this. I just wanted to live a stable life. The atmosphere in the room gradually became relaxed. Housekeeper Lu Wan's eyes were red with gratitude. She bowed to me 90 degrees and said, Mr. Lin, thank you so much. Chen Kersen ran around the room excitedly, clamoring to be intimate with her wife's sister openly. When everyone left, the room finally returned to peace. I walked to Susan's bed, gently held her in my arms, and began my daily rehabilitation massage. Feeling her warm breath, my emotions became complicated. Susan's awakening is something I look forward to, but also something I am worried about. She used to be a cold and ruthless female CEO. I don't know if my efforts over this period of time can change her personality. If she is still cold and indifferent, will she ask me to get out directly after she wakes up? As I was lost in thought, Susan was also confused and worried in her dark consciousness. I suddenly sighed. Did she misunderstand my feelings? Did she think I didn't want her to wake up? Susan, I guess the person you want to tell most now is your grandfather? I asked softly, trying to confirm her intention through her toes' reaction. Susan seemed to hear it, and her toes moved slightly in response to my question. However, when I mentioned that she might kick me when she woke up, her toes moved again, and then moved again, and then moved a few more times, until I watched her toes tremble in amazement, and suddenly a strange tension arose in my heart. Susan, do you hate me so much? I laughed at myself, but I felt a little uneasy. However, I didn't know that Susan was anxiously shouting in the dark. No, Lin Tao, you misunderstood. I really have cramps. D56 Dong, in order to repay Lin Tao's kindness, granddaughter, you should give birth to a football team for him first. As the son-in-law of the Su family, I was originally just an unknown person who was brought in for the purpose of getting married. I was not even sure what I could do in this complicated world. However, fate always likes to play jokes on us and catches us off guard. Today, I finally received a shocking news. Chairman Su transferred the shares of Su Group to me. When I held this contract, I felt mixed emotions. I didn't know whether I should be grateful for the favor of fate or laugh at my past self. Back then, I was just an outsider who was despised by others. But now I have been given the responsibility of controlling a huge enterprise. Su Shangtian, the white-haired old man, sat at his desk, his eyes flashing with complex emotions. His decision was not made lightly, and perhaps it was because of his granddaughter's hope of waking up that he decisively handed over the family responsibility to me. Looking back on those days, every word he said seemed to tell me how much he trusted me. This is not just a transfer of shares, but also a handover of the Su family's future. The official website of the Lin Group has just released news that a press conference will be held tomorrow. Press conference? Oh, it must be for the 3.5 billion beauty ointment? Lin Jianjun urgently needs funds to fill this huge deficit.
Lin Yanyun, Lin Yanyun.
I couldn't help but chuckle. You kicked me, your own son, out of the house. This will be the decision you regret the most in your life. Enjoy your last happy moments, because what's coming next will be a nightmare. Meanwhile, Lin Jianjun was driving the shabby van, and the atmosphere in the car was heavy and depressing. His wife Bai Yuelan was caressing the face of her baby son Lin Hao with heartache. Lin Hao, the half-brother who had just been released from the police station, had been in jail for 3 days. Despite this, he was still arrogant and had no remorse. You've lost weight these past few days. Bai Yuelan scolded lovingly. How could you be so naughty as to molest others? But Howard, you've grown up and have an interest in women. If you want a woman, tell mommy and I'll find one for you. Lin Hao's indecent behavior did not make Bai Yuelan feel ashamed, but made her feel relieved and proud. In her opinion, it was a blessing for that woman to be favored by Lin Hao. And that woman actually dared to call the police, which was simply ungrateful. In the car, Lin Jianjun felt sorry for his son and was extremely angry with Lin Tao. That bastard. He actually sent his brother to the police station for a woman. He pondered and felt that all the tragedies were caused by Lin Tao's mother's evil. He once thought that it was natural to find a woman to share the housework and find a playmate for little Lin Tao. Now, he didn't understand why his wife reacted so strongly. It should be natural for a rich man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines, right? What was wrong with him? At this moment, I am planning my counterattack. This family once made me feel extremely strange and painful, but now, I will let them experience real pain. Lin Jianjun, your happy life is about to end. And Lin Hao, your arrogance and ignorance will bring you an endless nightmare. Chapter 57. The Love and Hate of Lin Jianjun's Family of 3. 10 minutes later, the van creaked into the front of the Lin Group headquarters. I followed my father Lin Jianjun and my half-brother Lin Hao out of the car. Lin Hao looked puzzled. Dad, aren't we going back to the villa? Why are we in the company? My father snorted coldly. Villa? You still want to live in a villa? The gloom on his face made me realize that the luxurious villa at home might also be sold. Thinking of this, I felt a little happy in my heart. Although this happiness made me feel a little guilty, it was more of a pleasure of revenge. We soon arrived at the company's staff dormitory, which was usually a place for senior employees to rest, but now it became our shelter. Entering the simple two-bedroom, one living room, the small, old, dirty, and messy environment made the three of us look gloomy instantly. They used to live a comfortable life in a luxurious villa, and now they were extremely disgusted, but they could do nothing about it. Lin Jianjun sat on the hard sofa in the hall, sweating profusely. He looked around and felt uncomfortable everywhere. Deep down, he began to regret his decision to break up with me. If it weren't for his preference for Lin Hao and his son, he might still be enjoying his life in the villa instead of torturing himself in this shabby house without even air conditioning. While he was thinking, Bai Yuelan suddenly started crying, and her tears broke the silence in the room. She snuggled in her father's arms, choking and saying, "Hubby, I'm sorry. It's because of me and Howard that you've fallen into this situation. If it weren't for us, you wouldn't have fallen out with Lin Tao." Lin Hao, who was standing by, was deeply moved. With red eyes, he knelt in front of his father and kowtowed repeatedly, "Daddy, I am willing to beg brother Lin Tao. As long as he is willing to come back, even if it costs my life, I am willing." Seeing the true feelings of the mother and son, Lin Jianjun was deeply moved. His nose felt sore, and he shed 2 lines of blood and tears. This is a strange disease he has had since he was a child. When he is emotional, his eyes or nose will bleed. However, my father's touching feeling did not last long. When he came to his senses and thought of me again, the regret in his eyes disappeared completely, replaced by anger and hatred. He thought I was a rebellious beast, ungrateful, and unworthy of his forgiveness. Chapter 58. Press conference opens. Lin Jianjun's ambition. In the dark and simple room of the Lin Group staff dormitory, Lin Jianjun's wild laughter echoed. Tomorrow is the press conference. Once the beauty ointment is on the market, the Lin family will usher in a real boom period. As long as we seize this opportunity, we will be able to rise straight up. His words were full of ambition and confidence, and Lin Hao and his mother Bai Yuelan, who were sitting beside him, could not help but look at each other, their eyes full of expectation and excitement. They were finally going to get their reward after all the hard work, and the rise of the Lin family meant that they would become a real wealthy family and enjoy the glory of being the center of attention. However, it has been really hard for you and your son during this period, living in a place like this and suffering with me. Lin Jianjun took Bai Yuelan's hand, which was painted with red nail polish, with a hint of apology in his tone. "We are a family." Bai Yuelan responded shyly, "As long as we are together, anywhere is home." Lin Jianjun looked at his lovely wife, his eyes full of love and emotion, even with tears of blood. However, this warm family scene was full of false appearances. They had no idea that while they were fantasizing about a better future, an irreversible disaster was quietly approaching. The next day, Lin Jianjun and the other two arrived at the press conference early. Although they had been tossing and turning in the simple dormitory last night, they were still energetic and in high spirits today. Lin Jianjun confidently said to Lin Hao and Bai Yuelan, "Today is not only the day when the beauty ointment is launched, but also the day when I will clear your name. The top leaders of the Magic City will know you, and no one will dare to look down on you anymore." However, their enthusiasm and expectations were met with an incredible reversal. When the press conference began, the cold face of Lin Tao appeared on the big screen. Lin Tao announced his full control over the Lin Group with an absolutely strong attitude and revealed the serious problems of the beauty ointment. This not only completely shattered all of Lin Jianjun's fantasies, but also made him a laughingstock in public. Lin Hao and Bai Yuelan watched all this in a daze. They never expected that this rebellious son, who they once regarded as weak and incompetent, could now turn the tide and change the world in an instant. Lin Jianjun completely collapsed in shock. His indifference and neglect towards Lin Tao turned into endless regret and pain. Lin Tao stood on the stage, his eyes cold and firm. He ignored the astonishment of the audience and said in a calm tone, "Lin Jianjun, all your schemes and tricks will eventually backfire. The bright future you thought was just a nightmare you created yourself." There was an uproar at the press conference. The once prosperous Lin family was now completely pushed into the abyss. The rise of Lin Tao, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes, not only impressed people, but also made all those who once despised him feel an irresistible force. Lin Jianjun's face turned pale, and a desperate smile appeared on his lips. He finally understood that the mistakes he had made were irreversible. His former arrogance and conceit had now turned into a sharp blade that destroyed him, and this blade was handed over by him to the son he had abandoned. Lin Tao looked at his father's pain without a trace of pity in his heart. He knew that this was just the beginning, and the Lin family would face an even more tragic end. Chapter 59. Beauty ointment officially launched on the market, the Lin family's last glorious moment. In the familiar boudoir of the Su family, I gently hugged Susan from behind and told her an adapted fairy tale. On a certain blue planet, humans and monsters once lived in harmony until a demon named Tiga appeared and tried to destroy humans. In order to protect humans, the monsters fought fiercely with Tiga, but were eventually brutally killed by him. It was not until the hero Gatangia appeared that Tiga's atrocities were put to an end. Hearing this, Susan couldn't help but frown, wondering, there seems to be something wrong with the protagonist's stance in this story? Just then, my phone beeped, and I clicked on it and saw that it was a message from Bai Susu. She shared a live broadcast link and reminded me that today was the day when Lin Jianjun would hold a press conference. I smiled and clicked on the live broadcast. The hustle and bustle of the scene came into view. Lin Jianjun stood under the spotlight, facing countless flashes and cameras, with a proud look on his face. The reporters asked questions one after another, with full firepower. Chairman Lin, what is the purpose of your press conference today? Lin Jianjun waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. He said confidently, first of all, I did take back 30% of the shares from my rebellious son Lin Tao. Now I have complete control over the Lin Group. I promise all Lin employees and shareholders that within a year, I will double the market value of the Lin Group and achieve unprecedented glory. Hearing this, the reporters in the audience looked at each other in disbelief. This is simply a fantasy. Lin Jianjun did not forget to publicly rebuke me at the press conference. Lin Tao has no respect for his elders and has ruined the family tradition. I have completely kicked him out of the family. If he acts in the name of the Lin family again, you don't have to give me face and teach him a lesson. I looked at my father on the screen, and his arrogance made me sneer. This man who had kicked me out of the house for his own selfishness was now reveling in his false victory. Little did he know that this was only his last glory. Lin Jianjun proudly introduced his perfect family to the outside world. The handsome heir Lin Hao and his beautiful and dignified wife Bai Yuelan. Media reporters rushed to take pictures, and their smiles were frozen in the camera, as if their dreams had really come true. However, they have no idea what kind of despair is hidden behind their smiles. I have long been prepared, waiting for them to fall from the clouds and regret and endless pain. Susan moved slightly in my arms, and it was obvious that she had heard the content of the press conference. Her heart was full of worry and pity, and perhaps she thought that I would be sad because of these words. However, what she didn't know was that I no longer cared about these emotions that once troubled me. D60 Zhang, the protagonist Su Yang, comes to the Magic City and officially debuts? At the press conference, Lin Jianjun struck while the iron was hot and grandly launched their newly developed beauty ointment. He gushed that this ointment had a miraculous beauty effect and could make the user look forever young. In the backstage of the conference, Lin Hao and Bai Yuelan were watching Lin Jianjun's speech happily. Lin Hao stroked his smooth cheek with a smug smile on his face. He knew the miraculous effect of this ointment because he was one of the first users. Lin Tao had beaten him beyond recognition, but this ointment made him recover in a short time. Although the old man's words are a bit exaggerated, the effect of the ointment is indeed amazing. Lin Hao thought to himself. He has begun to look forward to the bright future of the Lin family becoming a first-tier family with the help of this product. However, his fantasy was soon interrupted. Lin Jianjun's speech ended, and the press conference was also declared over. Next, the ointment will be officially launched on the market, and the Lin family is looking forward to this product bringing them glory. At the same time, in the Bai family's reception room, Bai Jinglong and his family were also paying attention to the progress of the press conference. Bai Jinglong said confidently, as long as the market response is good, the Lin family may really rise this time. Bai he smiled and handed out several bottles of ointment to his family. Don't worry, this ointment will definitely be a big hit. You've seen the condition of my skin recently, it's all thanks to this. Everyone in the Bai family started using the ointment, expecting it to bring miraculous results. However, Bai Susu was a little hesitant. She looked at the ointment in her hand, full of doubts. Her secret to beauty has always been a healthy lifestyle, not relying on these chemical products. Just then, her cell phone rang. It was a message from Lin Tao. At first, Lin Tao's cold reply made her feel a little disappointed, but the following message startled her. There is something wrong with the ointment. It is recommended not to use it. Bai Susu was stunned, full of doubts. How could Lin Tao know that there was something wrong with the ointment? She didn't dare to believe it easily, but she didn't dare to completely ignore his warning. She was not sure whether to tell her family about it, because she knew that no one would believe the words of a rebellious son who was kicked out of the house. Back at Sue's house, I put away my phone, feeling a little amused. I reminded Bai Susu out of kindness, and I didn't care whether she accepted it or not. I know in my heart that according to the original plot development, the Lin family will usher in a short peak period in the next few days, and a large amount of ointment will flood into the market, especially in the hands of those women who love beauty. However, with the widespread use of ointment, side effects will gradually emerge, eventually leading to a complete collapse of the market. I thought coldly, the Lin family's last glimmer of glory is only a prelude to self-destruction. Those women who love beauty will soon face the nightmare of disfigurement, and the beauty pills hoarded by the Su family will usher in a great market opportunity. Lin Tao had already anticipated this plan. What he is thinking about now is the matter of his elder brother-in-law Su Yang. The other party came to the Magic City during the few days when the Lin family was in its last moments. No, Su Yang might have already arrived in the Magic City. If the plot has already begun, then he is now? If I remember correctly, it should be at the Han family, the first confidant after the broken engagement. Chapter 61. Su Fan takes action. I have a sword that can cut through the sky, the earth, and all living things. Han family. It was once a second-tier family in Shanghai, along with the Su family and the Lin family. But the older generation of Han family leaders had great vision. In the most prosperous years of China's real estate industry, in the golden age of real estate that was once lamented as elephants run faster than ants, seize the opportunity and enter the real estate industry. Since then, it has risen rapidly and become a new first-tier wealthy family in Shanghai, with assets of hundreds of billions. And today, the Han family is about to welcome an uninvited guest. In the reception hall, a father and daughter were having an unpleasant conversation. The man's name is Han Jingyang, the current head of the Han family. He was wearing a well-tailored suit, had a strong physique, looked to be in his early 40s, and exuded the confidence of a successful man. Sitting opposite him was his beloved daughter, Han Shin Shia, one of the 4 great beauties in Shanghai, ranked 3rd. She is tall and good-looking. She wore a pure white short-sleeved shirt with a low back and blue denim shorts, which showed off her perfect S-shaped figure. Now, he was looking angry and glaring at his father with a frown. "Dad, you called me home in a hurry just to arrange a blind date between me and that Su fan? You must be kidding. And the other person is my fiancé? When did this happen? How come I didn't know about it? What era is this? You're not still trying to arrange a marriage, are you?" I absolutely disagree. Faced with her daughter's expression of doubt and confusion, Han Zhengyang looked away slightly unnaturally, full of helplessness. "Shin Shia, this marriage was arranged by your grandfather. Even I just learned about it from your grandfather. And you know your grandfather's character. He doesn't allow anyone to question his decisions." Having said that, Han Zhengyang himself was actually quite puzzled. At noon, the old man received a phone call, suddenly informing him that his grandson-in-law was coming to visit and asked him to prepare for the reception. He was confused at that time. What? Is this what Grandpa meant? Thinking of her majestic and solemn grandfather, Han Xinqiao's voice unconsciously became a little weaker. But after all, it concerns one's lifelong event, so one cannot be careless and can only argue for it based on reason. "I don't care. This is the only thing I can't listen to Grandpa about. The man I, Han Xinqiao, want to marry must be a rare talent, not some random guy who appeared out of nowhere." Speaking of this, Han Xinqiao then remembered that she had not yet asked about Su Fan's situation. If the other party was a child of a top wealthy family, then perhaps she could consider it. "Dad, where is Su Fan from? Is he handsome? And what about his family background? How does it compare to the 4 young masters of the Magic City? The 4 young masters of Shanghai. These 4 men were selected by the younger generation of Shanghai themselves and ranked based on their appearance, family background, academic qualifications, and other factors. This? I actually don't know. Your grandfather only told me that the other party has excellent medical skills." Medical skills? He's just a young boy. No matter how good his medical skills are, can he be better than the great Dr. Deng? How much money can he make? There's no way I'll marry a man like that. Han Xinqiao's mentality completely collapsed when she heard that Su Fan had no background and no ability. She never expected her grandfather to be so outrageous. How could they arrange such an incompetent fiancé for her? Just at this moment, the Han family's servant came to the door and reported that a man named Su Fan wanted to see him. Su Fan? It's true that as soon as you mention Chow Chow, he will appear. The father and daughter looked at each other in bewilderment. Then Han Zhengyang ordered his servants to bring Su Fan over. Soon, a young man with a cold expression appeared in Han Xinxiao's sight. Is this Su Fan? Looking at the young man standing not far away, Han Xinxiao's brows furrowed deeper the more she looked. He has an ordinary appearance and a common face. It's the kind of thing that, if dropped on the street, can instantly and seamlessly blend into the ordinary appearance of passers-by. His height is also not a good thing. At a glance, he is at most 175 centimeters tall, which is not even Han Xinxiao's minimum requirement of 180 centimeters tall. And that ordinary outfit, a white shirt, trousers, and canvas shoes. Each piece is of an unknown brand. Considering Han Xinxiao's many years of wearing luxury goods, this is undoubtedly a street stall product. As for Su Fan, who can only wear such cheap clothes, one can imagine his family background. This kind of person actually wants to be my fiancé? It's ridiculous to overestimate your own abilities. A hint of disdain flashed across Han Xinxiao's eyes. She made up her mind. Even if her family members told her the truth, she would never marry such a guy and ruin her life. In fact, it was not just her. Even Han Zhengyang had the same idea at this time. From his first impression of Su Fan, he knew that this man was not a good match for his daughter. Why? It seems I need to have a good talk with my father. Are you Su Fan? The guy who is engaged to my Shin Shia? Now, Han Zhengyang, who thought he knew Su Fan's background well, looked condescending and looked down at Su Fan. Su Fan's expression remained indifferent as he took out a red marriage certificate from his arms. My purpose for coming to the Han family this time is… You don't have to say it. I know what you mean. Wait a moment. Before Su Fan could finish speaking, Han Zhengyang raised his hand to interrupt him with an expression that said, I understand. Then he called the butler and told him to get something from the study. After a moment, a bank card appeared in front of the confused Su Fan. This is… I think you and my Shin Shia are not a good match. Rather than ending up in misery, it's better to separate from the beginning. There are 10 million in this card, which is your compensation. Let's call off the engagement. Han Zhengyang doesn't like to hide things, so he speaks very bluntly. Dad really is… Thai cool spicy. Han Xinxiao's eyes lit up and she admired her father very much. He then turned to look at Su Fan, a look of apology flashing in his eyes. After all, it is a breakup in person, which is an unbearable humiliation for many men. But the scene she saw made Han Xinxiao feel surprised and a little uncomfortable. She found out that after hearing about the breakup, not only was there no anger on his face, but there was even a hint of relief. How is it possible to marry a high-quality woman like me as a partner? Isn't that every man's dream? I am the third most beautiful woman in the whole Magic City. Susan, by Susu, and a few others who are superior to me, I am recognized as the most beautiful person. But why? He looked as if he was relieved. I don't need money. But I hope that Master Han can return the other marriage certificate to me. My third master told me. There are 2 copies of the marriage certificate, one for me and one for the woman. As long as Patriarch Han returns the other marriage certificate to me, I will agree to cancel the engagement. Marriage certificate? Han Zhengyang then remembered that his father had indeed given him another marriage certificate and instructed him to return the certificate to the other party if the marriage fell through. Then, he asked the butler to bring the engagement letter and give it to Su Fan. Thank you. Then Master Han, I will take my leave now. Looking at the red marriage certificate in my hand, a hint of joy flashed across Su Fan's eyes. He thought he would encounter some obstacles, but he didn't expect that breaking off the engagement would be so easy. If only it could go this smoothly every time. Then it would be much easier to collect the 4 marriage certificates, obtain the hidden information, and find the enemy from that year. Thinking of this, Su Fan turned around and prepared to leave. This swift and decisive action left Han Zhengyang and his daughter stunned. What's going on? Why does it seem like the one who wants to cancel the engagement the most is the other party? Just at this moment, there were bursts of exclamations coming from outside the door. Immediately afterwards, there was a series of fierce fighting sounds, but soon the fighting sounds disappeared. Han Zhengyang, do you still remember me? I'm here to avenge the blood feud we had back then. Not long. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face and a hideous look walked in. It's you, Fangamo. The moment he saw the man with the scar, Han Zhengyang secretly thought that something was wrong. The person in front of him was the Han family's business competitor back then. As the saying goes, the business world is like a battlefield. Back then, he used some tricks to cause the Fong family to suffer heavy losses in the business world. Fong Mo's wife couldn't accept the fact of bankruptcy and jumped off the building and died. You didn't expect me to come back, did you? Ha ha ha. My life was not destined to end. I had no other choice but to become a disciple of a master. Now I have become a martial artist who has achieved a small level of internal strength. You should know what this means, right? I will kill you like a butcher dog. What? For a martial artist who has achieved some success in internal strength, this has already reached a realm beyond that of ordinary people, and he is just like a true martial arts master. Basically, there are very few warriors who can cultivate to this level, 1 in 10,000. I never expected. Fong Mo has actually reached this level. My life is over. No wonder the bodyguards outside didn't make any noise. They must have all been dealt with by him. Han Jingyang's throat felt a little dry. He knew very well that in front of the internal force master, there was no possibility of escape for him. He was like a lamb to be slaughtered. Fong Mo, everyone is responsible for their own actions. You can take my life, but I beg you to spare my daughter and my family. Han Jingyang begged desperately, even kneeling on the spot, just to find a glimmer of hope for his family. Seeing his former enemy kneeling down and begging for mercy, Fong Mo's heart was filled with the pleasure of revenge. Just when I wanted to make fun of something, Han Shin Shia rushed forward and slapped Fong Mo in the face, threatening loudly and angrily. We are now living in a society ruled by law. I don't care what kind of martial artist you are. No matter how powerful you are, can you dodge a gun? I'm warning you. I've just called the police. If you don't want to be arrested and go to jail, leave the Han family right now. After saying, Han Shin Shia went to help her father and kept comforting him with words like, don't be afraid, and the police will be here soon. But what she didn't know was, this slap from her almost scared Han Jingyang to death. Ignorance is bliss. Now, what Han Jingyang regrets most is, I have never explained the concept of a warrior to my daughter before. That group of monsters cannot be fought against by just a pistol. Now, Han Xinqiao's slap will definitely completely infuriate Fong Mo. It's over. The entire Han family is over. The other side. Fong Mo was also stunned by the slap. Ever since he became a master of internal strength, he has been respected and admired wherever he goes. But today, because of carelessness, I was slapped by a little girl? If this gets out, how will I still have the nerve to survive in this world? Bitch. Fong Mo's eyes were as sharp as knives. He raised his hand and slapped Han Xinqiao hard, knocking her to the ground. Then he stepped on Han Xinqiao's face with one foot, his face full of anger. Careful. Seeing this scene, Han Jingyang's eyes turned red. Just when he was about to rush up to save his daughter, he was knocked away by a punch from Fong Mo, who was sneering. Han Jingyang, despair. Ha ha ha. Today, I will kill your daughter in front of you, so that you can feel the same pain I felt before. Seeing his enemy helpless and furious, Fong Mo felt extremely pleased and laughed wildly. And at this time, he suddenly caught a glimpse of an ordinary-looking young man running towards the door. Stop. Do you think you can get away? It is strictly forbidden by the authorities for warriors to attack ordinary people. In order to avoid being punished by the authorities later, Fong Mo had to kill all the people present today. Among them was the young man with a cold look. Escape? Hearing this word, Su Fan, who had been neither sad nor happy, frowned slightly as if he remembered some painful memories. After the original engagement was cancelled, he had no further connection with the Han family. So he didn't care whether the Han family was dead or alive, nor did he want to care. But Fong Mo's words reminded Su Fan of the scene 5 years ago when he abandoned his parents and fled alone. 5 years ago, I swore that I would not run away again. You brought back bad memories for me. Damn you. Huh? What did you say? You're looking for death. Fong Mo's expression suddenly changed, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to take action. When I cut this ignorant boy into pieces, Su Fan raised his right hand expressionlessly and pinched his index and middle fingers together, and a leaf that was blown in by the wind from outside the door was caught between his fingertips. Then Su Fan pointed his fingers like knives, used the leaves as swords, and swung them into the air towards Fong Mo's position. I have a sword. Can cut the sky, cut the earth, cut all living things. Brush. An invisible white sword energy spread out from the fingertips, as if tearing the space apart, and shot straight towards the frightened Fong Mo. How is this possible? You are a martial arts master. Sizzle. Just a moment. Fang Yimou was hit by the sword in fear and despair, and his whole body was cut in half. The blood dyed the whole room red. But the powerful sword light continued to move forward. He chopped off all the tables, chairs, and benches along the way until he hit the thick wall, leaving a crack several meters long on it. Self-discipline. I will start to be self-disciplined tomorrow and keep typing till the end of time. Ask for some free gifts. This book will not be about cultivating immortals and will most likely remain an urban story. Unless after a million words, the performance is still so good that I am reluctant to finish it, but this situation is almost unlikely to happen. Chapter 62, Su Fan's Past, The Secret of the 4 Marriage Certificates. Like ants. Looking at the body gradually getting colder on the ground, Su Fan remained silent and put the leaves between his fingers back on the table. Then he turned around, put his hands behind his back, and slowly walked out of the Han family's gate. Is he a man or a god? Can you actually emit invisible sword energy? Is this really something a human can do? Wait until Su Fan's back disappears completely. The reception room, which had been as silent as death, was then filled with trembling sounds of fear. Han Xinxiao's worldview seemed to be completely overturned. What she saw and heard today, she had only seen in science fiction movies, but now it has become a reality. How could she not be shocked? If she hadn't experienced it herself, she might have thought she was filming a movie. This is the release of inner strength, the legendary realm of a martial arts master. Incredible. Su Fan is only a few years old, and he has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts at such a young age. This is simply unheard of. Han Zhengyang stared at the bottomless crack on the wall and muttered to himself. With her father's popular science, Han Xinxiao finally knew that there really were legendary martial arts masters in the world, and it is divided into external strength, internal strength, and master of transformation. A master of external force, he only knows how to use the strength of his muscles and bones, and his strength is almost the same as that of a special forces king. Masters of internal strength have already begun to transcend ordinary people and break the limits of the human body. The realm can be divided into several levels. Entry into internal strength, minor success in internal strength, major success in internal strength, peak of internal strength, and great perfection of internal strength. As for the Grandmaster who has reached the state of transformation, he is already able to dominate a region. They can release their internal strength and are as powerful as Superman, able to kill people even by picking flowers or leaves. No matter where he goes, he will become a guest of honor from all parties. Wow, Su Fan is so powerful? A man like this, isn't he the best of the best, the Mr. Right I've been looking for? If I can become his woman, won't I be able to walk sideways in the Magic City in the future? After listening to my father's story, Han Xinxiao was so shocked that she couldn't close her mouth, and she felt infinite admiration for Su Fan. Just thinking about such an outstanding man and the fact that she had broken off the engagement with him not long ago, Han Xinxiao wanted to slap herself twice. No, there is still a chance. Su Fan is so young and full of vigor, and I am pretty. As a man, who doesn't like beauty? If I make good use of my body, I might be able to control Su Fan and make him fall at my feet. As long as I can subdue this martial arts master, doesn't that prove my charm and make me the most beautiful woman in Shanghai? Even Susan can't compare to me, especially since the other party has become a vegetable now and married that ordinary man as a wife. This moment, a bold idea emerged in Han Xinxiao's mind. Has always been full of disdain and jealousy towards Susan, who is known as the most beautiful woman in Shanghai. Want to compete with others in everything. Now the other party has married the good-for-nothing abandoned young master of the Lin family. Then as long as the man you find is 100 times better than that abandoned young man. From a certain perspective, can I prove that I am actually 100 times better than Susan? On the street, people come and go in an endless stream. After leaving the Han family, Su Fan now blends into the crowd naturally. He opened the marriage certificate in his hand, ignored the other contents in the certificate, and turned the paper over. Back. A big word spring suddenly appeared before my eyes. Haru? What does that even mean? Hey, Third Master. You really know how to give me problems. Su Fan frowned, puzzled. In the end, he had no choice but to smile bitterly, shake his head, and fold the marriage certificate and put it away again. 5 years ago, Su Fan went to the United States with his parents to discuss business when he was suddenly assassinated by an unknown force. His parents tried their best to hold the killer back, and in extreme fear, Su Fan took the opportunity to turn around and run away. But he didn't run far before he was caught up by the killer again and shot in the left chest. The killers then set fire to the hotel and burned all the evidence. But what they don't know is, Su Fan's body structure is different from that of ordinary people, and his heart is on the right side. Therefore, he luckily survived the fire. After that, he wandered around the United States until he met his third master by chance. Since then, his fate changed dramatically, and he now had 3 all-powerful masters.
Master Chef.
A great martial arts master with unparalleled cultivation. Second master, the peerless medical saint, who brings people back to health with his miraculous hands. Master 3, the best teacher in the world, with ingenious strategies. Under the careful guidance of the masters, Su Fan acquired a set of skills, and his original name was changed from Su Yang to Su Fan. Now he has returned to the Magic City to find his old enemy and wipe out his entire family. The third master said that he had recorded all the information about his enemies in the 4 marriage certificates. As long as we get back the 4 marriage certificates, we will naturally know who the murderer is. But the trouble is, Master said that we cannot use stealing or robbing. The woman must take the initiative to nod and cancel the engagement and hand over the marriage certificate. Regarding the requirements of the third master, Su Fan was puzzled. But as a man who respects his teacher, he would never take the initiative to break the rules set by his master. The closest engagement partner right now is the Chen family. Su Fan recalled the message left by the third master before they parted and headed towards the Chen family's location. I hope this time, it will be as smooth as today. Just when Su Fan was hoping that the youngest daughter of the Chen family would also dislike him like Shin Shia did today, so as to complete the process of breaking off the engagement in one step. The road turns a corner. Oops. A thin young man just happened to walk out and bumped into Su Fan. This impact was naturally of no use to Su Fan, and he remained unmoved. But the young man with gold-rimmed glasses and a relatively thin body was obviously not capable of that. Under such a collision, he fell to the ground and screamed. Then he covered his right arm, which was broken from falling, with tears in his eyes. Seeing this, Su Fan frowned slightly. He learned the extraordinary medical skills from his second master. Naturally, he could tell that the young man in front of him had at most just a few scratches on his skin. This is just a small problem that can't even be called a wound. Why are you crying like this? Are you okay? How about getting up first? Although I was surprised at the young man's weakness, but after all, I am also half responsible for this matter. So Su Fan finally took the initiative to stretch out his hand and try to pull the other person up from the ground. At this time, around the corner, once again, a middle-aged man and woman appeared, talking and laughing. The two of them snuggled up to each other and looked like a couple with a happy relationship. Their faces were filled with excited smiles. But after seeing the young man lying on the ground with tears in his eyes, the middle-aged man suddenly became angry and pointed at Su Fan's nose and asked loudly, "You bastard! What are you doing to my Xiaohao?" Chapter 63 Susan unlocks a new awakening part again. "You bastard! What are you doing to my Xiaohao?" Seeing someone bullying his son, Lin Jianjun became furious. The family of 3 had just finished a press conference and were preparing to walk back to the staff dormitory when they unexpectedly encountered this accident. This man, why does it look familiar? Like, I've seen the same thing before. Looking at Lin Jianjun's aggressive face, Su Fan was stunned for a moment and did not respond. Ouch, I have such a bad temper. These days, who dares to ignore me? Lin Jianjun rolled up his sleeves, ready to do a great job. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I said? Young man, if you don't want to leave this alley lying down, kneel down and apologize to my son immediately. Hearing this, Su Fan's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he said indifferently, like ants, "Oh, you still dare to talk back, right? It seems that today's incident cannot be easily resolved." Seeing Su Fan standing there with a calm expression, his hands in his pockets, looking very arrogant, Lin Jianjun's anger was ignited in an instant. In particular, he vaguely saw the figure of a rebellious son in the other party's disdainful gaze. Just when the situation was about to escalate, Bai Yuelon hurried forward to stop him and grab Lin Jianjun. "Forget it, husband. Today is our wedding day, and it is not appropriate to see blood." Lin Hao, who was originally slumped on the ground, also stood up to dissuade him. "Daddy, forget it. I'm not seriously injured. Please forgive this young man." I guess he was so engrossed in playing with his phone while walking that he didn't pay attention to the road and knocked me down. At the advice of his wife and children, Lin Jianjun finally decided to show mercy and let Su Fan go. When the three of them were leaving, he still did not forget to speak arrogantly. Hey, kid, walk carefully next time. Otherwise, you will suffer losses sooner or later. After all, not everyone is as generous as me, Lin Jianjun. Looking at the backs of the strange trio as they walked away, Su Fan's expression remained indifferent, but there was a flash of silence in his eyes. Over the years, he has traveled far and wide and met countless people from all walks of life. But this is the first time I've seen such a weird family.
Lin Yanyun. Lin Yanyun.
Silently repeating this slightly familiar name. Suddenly, Su Fan's pupils widened slightly. He finally had some impression of who the other person was. Aunt Tang's husband, Lin Jianjun. Aunt Tang was a business partner of my parents who had a very good relationship with me 5 years ago. She was a strong woman who acted decisively. In a very short period of time, he led the Lin family to continue to grow and develop. 5 years ago, when Aunt Tang had close contacts with the Su family, Su Fan was familiar with her and had met her son several times. 5 years have passed, and things have changed. It looks like Aunt Tang has divorced this man? That's good. I heard that this man often abused Aunt Tang. Su Fan was filled with emotion when he accidentally met familiar people and thought of familiar things. What he wants to do most now is, in fact, he returned to the Su family to meet his grandfather and his sister, and the family lived happily forever. But for the absolute safety of his family, Su Fan made up his mind to give up this idea. After all, he is on the road to invincibility, which is destined to be full of blood and gore and countless enemies. If my enemies knew about my existence, it would inevitably cause trouble. Anyway, Grandpa and the others all thought I was dead. Then there is no need to recognize each other again, so as to avoid sadness after separation in the future. I just need to find an opportunity to see you from a distance. Besides, even if I stand in front of them now, my little sister and Grandpa won't be able to recognize me. Su Fan sighed, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Back then, he was a handsome young man, but after the fire that disfigured him, in order to facilitate better operations, he took the initiative to ask the second master to change his face into an ordinary passerby's face. Now, even if his biological parents were still alive, they probably wouldn't be able to recognize their own son. Hey, and my little sister, I wonder if she has a boyfriend? If you do, what kind of person is she? What's her personality like? My little sister was so pretty back then. I really don't know which pig will take her away in the end. I will have to secretly test that man when the time comes. If he is a scumbag or a domestic violence man, I will tear his head off as soon as possible. Su Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. He would not allow his sister to marry a man like Lin Jianjun. If you are unlucky enough to meet a scumbag, then he wouldn't mind secretly making the other person disappear physically, leaving room for the next person next to the little sister. While Su Fan was thinking, he gradually approached a small villa with stylish decoration, finally stopped at the gate. Here? Is it the Chen family? Rubber machine gun. Listening to the strange noises coming from the villa, Su Fan was a little confused. But he quickly cleared the inexplicable thoughts in his mind, raised his legs and stepped forward. Su family. Looking at my granddaughter lying quietly on the hospital bed, her right index finger trembling constantly, Su Shangtian burst into tears. He never expected. I came here today to sign the share transfer agreement, but I got another big surprise. Susan unlocked her little toe last time. She has unlocked her right index finger today. My dear granddaughter, if you are really conscious, draw a circle with your finger for Grandpa to see. Under Su Shangtian's excited gaze, the tender white index finger paused, then slowly drew a circle on the bed sheet. Okay. Su Shangtian said several good words in a row, and his whole body was shaking with excitement. Now, he seemed to see the day when Susan woke up completely. Susan was so happy to hear her grandfather was so happy. I'm sure he'll be very happy too. Besides Su Shangtian, Lin Tao witnessed this scene with a smile on his face. But the next second, he held up the share transfer agreement in his hand and read it again and again. It only needed his signature before it could take effect. Lin Tao, please come to the company when you have time. I will show you around and prepare you for taking over in the future. Hearing this, Lin Tao's face turned into that of an old man on the subway. What? Want me to work 996 hours? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. We, the contemporary young people, just want to lie down, play dirty, and stick together. I really have no interest in working hard. Chapter 64. Lin Tao and Susan are ready to get their marriage certificate. 4,000 words long chapter. At the Su family, in the girls' boudoir. Grandpa Su, I'm sorry I can't accept these shares. Please take them back. If you want to transfer Su's shares to my name because of the 3.5 billion, then there is no need. There is really no need. That's not my intention. I just want to stay by Susan's side and wait for her to wake up. And if you transfer your shares to me, you will definitely be criticized by all parties within the group. Hearing Su Shangtian urging him to sign as soon as possible, Lin Tao waved his hands repeatedly and refused righteously. Joke. He has no interest in going to the company to waste time and working 996 with other workers. Now, he just wants to earn tai points all the time. After all, compared with the sticky points, no matter how much money you have, it seems meaningless. What money can do, points can also redeem. What money can't do, points can still be easily redeemed. Summarize. It is impossible for me to work. I will never work in this life. Lying down and being close to each other is the true meaning of life. The other side. I thought I understood Lin Tao's reason for refusing. Su Shangtian felt a sore nose and a warm feeling in his heart. Lin Tao paid a huge amount of 3.5 billion, but did not ask for any return. Still thinking about the situation of his old bones. He hadn't experienced this kind of pure care between family members for a long time. Lin Tao, it's really so kind. Indeed, the Su Group is a family business, and most of the shareholders are related to each other in some way. I learned that I had to transfer 25% of my shares to an outsider. Some people in the subsidiary are indeed not very content recently. The first to initiate the attack was his unfilial daughter Su Yan. But none of this could hinder Su Shengtian's determination. In particular, he felt that Lin Tao ignored the rights and interests that could be brought by the 25% shares of the group, and was only concerned about his own interests. Su Shangtian was almost moved to tears, and his belief became even stronger. Lin Tao, I've made up my mind. You don't have to worry about me. I'll handle it with the group, and those people won't be able to disagree. Just sign it. Lin Tao. Sir, you misunderstood. Then worrying about you. I am more worried that I will waste my time to earn tai points. Grandpa Su, I think we still need to think carefully about this. Besides, for something as important as this, we should ask Susan for her opinion. We can't just act on our own. Things have come to this. Lin Tao can only place his hopes on Susan. He remembered it in the original plot. Susan attaches great importance to her own shareholding ratio. Basically, whenever he had the chance, he would transfer Su's shares back to his own name, so that in the later period he completely completed the controlling stake of Su Group. Since she values her shares so much, she will probably refuse it soon. But the next second, Lin Tao was shocked. The girl's index finger had just regained consciousness and was not very nimble. At this time, it was swinging rapidly, repeatedly drawing the square root symbol on the white sheet. I agree. I agree unconditionally. Please sign, Lin Tao. This is what our Su family owes you. A good man has great ambitions and likes to achieve great things. You've been staying by my side all the time. You must be tired of it. Don't worry about me. Just fight for your own future. Instead of spending all your time on me. Not worth it. Susan feels guilty towards Lin Tao. She always felt that it was because of her that Lin Tao was trapped by her side and in this small room. As time goes by, I think Lin Tao himself will feel aggrieved. After all, what man would want to stay with a woman all day long instead of going out and accomplishing something great? If it's really for Lin Tao good, maybe letting him go is the best option, instead of always keeping the other person by your side. So now she agrees with Grandpa's decision from the bottom of her heart. Outside world. Susan kept moving her tender white fingers, repeatedly drawing the square root symbol. This made Lin Tao numb. If he could eavesdrop on Susan's thoughts at this moment, he would definitely sigh. Sister, times have changed and you have narrowed your path. It's so tiring to achieve success. I prefer to stay by your side. Grandpa Su, Susan is recovering well now. I just want to be with her every day and have no time to work. To be honest, I lose my appetite if I don't see Susan for even a second. I can't live without her. Lin Tao is very thick-skinned and says a lot of cheesy love words. In short, it means the same thing. I have no interest in the corporate job, but I have a great sexual interest in your granddaughter. When these words came out, Su Shengtian just felt funny. He also didn't expect that Lin Tao would like his granddaughter so much that he would even refuse her the shares that countless people dreamed of. Ha ha ha. Lin Tao, I didn't expect you to be such a romantic. My Susan is loved by you like this. I can rest in peace in my grave in the future. Su Shengtian laughed heartily and looked at Lin Tao with admiration. He knew that even if he was gone one day, his granddaughter would not be lonely because someone would take good care of her. But Lin Tao, these are two different things. You should take the shares first. As for going to the company, there is no rush. Like you said, Susan's recovery is the most important thing. My old bones can still hold out for a while with all the company's chores. When Susan fully recovers and wakes up, you want to take over the company again. I will officially arrange for you to work in the company. This? Don't you need to start work immediately? Why didn't you say so earlier? What Lin Tao is most worried about is that leaving Susan will affect the speed at which he can earn Tai points. Since Su Shengtian said so, I can freely choose the working days. Then he won't be so pretentious anymore. Under Su Shengtian's expectant gaze, he took the pen and began to sign. The other side, in the dark prison of consciousness, Susan was still immersed in Lin Tao's cheesy love words, with a bit of shyness surging in her heart. Lin Tao is not a scumbag. Otherwise, how could such weird words come out of his mouth? Where did he learn this from? He is so skilled. What does it mean to just want to be with me every day and not have the heart to work? What else can make me lose my appetite if I don't see you for a second? Aren't you ashamed? I am not oxygen. What can't be separated from me? Susan only felt a complex emotion in her heart. Her heart was beating faster, and she felt hot all over. Asterisk. For her. She could never adapt to the boy's straightforward way of expressing his emotions, let alone say similar words. And all this is because of the softest and most emotional part of her heart. As early as the month when my parents passed away, I had isolated myself due to various betrayals. I still remember that time. Susan is used to seeing the fickleness of human nature and the indifference of people when they leave. There were many uncles and aunts who had good business dealings and good relationships with the Su family. After learning that the two pillars of the Su family had fallen and only the lonely grandson and the old man were left, they all bared their fangs and were ready to attack, just like cats smelling meat. Taking advantage of the grief of Su Shengtian and his grandson, they attacked him together, began to erode the Su family's assets. When Susan and her grandson realized that this was not going to work, they suppressed their grief and cheered themselves up. The Su family had already been riddled with holes, and its vitality was severely damaged. The economic losses in all aspects are countless. This caused the Su family to rapidly decline from its peak position just a stone's throw away from becoming a first-tier family to the brink of bankruptcy. Fortunately, the grandfather and grandson regrouped and racked their brains to remedy the situation. The Su family was able to barely get through the difficult period and has survived to this day. But this is just a way to survive. If it weren't for the huge amount of funds that Lin Tao injected not long ago, the Su family might have been bankrupted and liquidated today. Not to mention the priceless beauty pill recipe. If the efficacy of the medicine is really as miraculous as Lin Tao said, the rise of the Su family happened in just a few months. Therefore, Susan herself knew that the Su family indeed owed Lin Tao too much. So she also understood her grandfather's intention to transfer the shares under his name to Lin Tao. Is Lin Tao finally willing to sign his name? This is fine, if I'm not around in the future. The Su family's assets are enough to ensure that Lin Tao will have no worries about food and clothing for the rest of his life. As for me, relying on the arrangements made before I fell into a coma, I should be able to carry out my original plan without involving the Su family. It's just that I suddenly fell into a coma for too long, and I don't know if those plans will still work when I wake up. Hey. The other side. Brush, brush, brush. Under the witness of Su Shia, Lin Tao signed his own name on the contract and inherited 25% of the Su family's shares. Oh, right. Lin Tao, you and Susan will be getting married in about a week. When the time comes, you should get the marriage certificate first. Susan will wake up on the spot because of your blessing. Hearing this, Lin Tao scratched his head with a complicated expression. Are you getting married now? In his two previous lives, he was a single nobleman without even a girlfriend, let alone getting married. At this moment, he suddenly wants to get a marriage certificate with a woman. This complex emotion really cannot be described in words. However, Lin Tao was mentally prepared and quickly adjusted his mood. It's good to get married. From now on, posting will be open and above board, and no one will have any reason to interfere. If I could sleep with Susan every day, even if I did nothing, my sticking points for that day would double. And once the marriage certificate is obtained, the protagonist Su Fan's identity as the brother-in-law will be unavoidable. Getting married. I didn't expect it to come so soon. I'm getting married now? In the dark cage of consciousness, Susan also heard what her grandfather said, and her heart was instantly filled with all kinds of complicated emotions. When getting married, every girl hopes to wear the most beautiful wedding dress and marry her beloved Prince Charming. But she is a vegetable, unable to move and unable to take care of herself. Lin Tao will dislike me. After all, marrying a vegetative person is not something a normal person can accept. Even if you don't say it, you must be more or less unhappy in your heart. I really want to awaken my mind-reading ability and eavesdrop on Lin Tao's true thoughts. Facing the man she is about to marry, Susan was worried and concerned about what Lin Tao would think of her status as a vegetative person. Although after this period of time together, she could clearly feel Lin Tao seemed to not care at all about her vegetative state. But Susan still couldn't help thinking about that. Maybe this is human nature. At the same time, she was also slightly curious about Lin Tao's appearance. The two had almost no interaction before she fell into a coma. So when it came to Lin Tao's appearance, Susan's mind was blank. However, the maids in the house could be heard talking to each other excitedly. She could only roughly understand that Lin Tao was very handsome. Very handsome? By the way, Grandpa Su, how is the preparation for stockpiling the beauty pill going? If nothing unexpected happens, something bad will happen to Lin Jianjun in no more than a week. That time will be the time for the Su family to seize the opportunity to rise and seize the market. In the room, seeing Su Shangtian getting up and preparing to leave, Lin Tao hurriedly asked about the beauty pill. Now that I have become a major shareholder of the Su Group, I definitely hope that this company will seize this opportunity and develop in a good direction. By the way, speaking of this, I'm actually a little worried. After the Lin family's ointment had problems, Su Shengtian frowned and talked about the current difficulties in the sales of beauty pills. You can imagine how angry people will be about so-called beauty products? We rashly launched the beauty pill in the early stage. I don't think anyone would be willing to pay for it. It might even arouse public anger because it was at the center of public controversy. I think we should postpone the release of the pill. We should first increase public relations efforts to lay the foundation for the product's effectiveness, and then slowly launch it. Concern about Su Shintian. Lin Tao smiled and nodded, acknowledging the other party's concerns. Lin Tao had already anticipated this and naturally had figured out a way to break the impasse. This method is to utilize one's own powerful social influence. Don't forget, Lin Tao is the contemporary entertainment king, known as the savior of domestic entertainment. Recalling the time before I traveled through time, there were all kinds of weird things in the entertainment industry, such as million-dollar concert tickets, chasing stars in wedding dresses, and other fanatical fan behaviors. Lin Tao knew that even if he was selling a pile of shit, there would be a lot of crazy fans rushing to buy it. Certainly. What I sell is the magic pill called Beauty Pill. After fans have tried its miraculous effects, they will naturally spread the word, causing a new wave of sensation. Chapter 65. Beauty ointment sales are booming. Is the rise of the Lin family just around the corner? Lin Group. Lin Jianjun and the other two have returned to the staff dormitory. Yuelon. The room is a little dirty. You can clean it up. Looking at the somewhat dirty and messy environment, Lin Jianjun's good mood disappeared instantly, and he frowned and gave instructions to his little wife beside him. Yeah, okay. Leave the husband to me. Bai Yuelon smiled sweetly, rolled up her sleeves, picked up the broom and started cleaning the room. Such a virtuous gesture. The smile on Lin Jianjun's face became even more intense. He felt that with such a lovely wife, what more could a husband ask for? Soon he came to the sofa in the middle of the room and sat down to rest. And behind the man where he can't see, Bai Yuelon's originally smiling expression was now filled with impatience. She hasn't cleaned the room or done housework herself for many years. I still remember that when I was in the Lin family, I would either ask Lin Tao to do it or let the nanny do it. But now she has fallen to the point where she has to do it herself. Humph. So tired. This damn guy just makes trouble for others. I've already said that we should stay at my brother's house for a while. It's better than living in this shabby house. But he refused for the sake of his so-called manliness, and now he's making me suffer this? Bai Yuelon showed dissatisfaction on her face and poked the ground desperately with the broom to vent her frustration. Yuelon, please prepare the meal later. I'm going to take a nap now, and I want to have some porridge when I wake up. Oh, okay. Honey, you should get some sleep. I'll start cooking after I finish cleaning. Lin Jianjun's voice suddenly came from the sofa, scaring Bai Yuelon. She quickly turned her head and responded in a delicate voice. But I felt even more irritated because I had to cook. Eat, eat, eat. Why don't I eat you to death? Isn't takeout delicious? Do you still want me to cook for you? What a big face. However, no matter how dissatisfied she was, Bai Yuelon could only continue to cheer herself up. Comfort yourself. It's only temporary, just bear with it. She wanted to ask her son for help, but even after calling him several times, Lin Hao seemed not to hear her and just hid in the corner playing with his mobile phone.
He tilde.
Bai Yuelon sighed and could only grit her teeth and get on with it. But she has been pampered for many years. How could she have done such rough work? After less than 2 minutes of cleaning, I felt sore all over and kept hitting my waist and back with my fists. I wanted to stop and rest for a while, but in the end I gritted my teeth and continued to persevere. Tolerate. I have to endure. Half an hour later, Lin Jianjun was sleeping soundly on the sofa. Suddenly I smelled the fragrance of rice and woke up slowly. Honey, you're awake. Come and eat. Lin Jianjun rubbed his sleepy eyes and just sat up when the cell phone in his pocket rang. I looked at the caller ID, Director of Marketing. Is there something wrong with the beauty ointment? #Oh hello. It's me, Lin Jianjun. Chairman, congratulations. Our group is about to reach its peak. As soon as the phone was connected, a man's ecstatic voice of congratulations was heard from the other side. The ointment has received a very good market response, and sales have soared dramatically. In just half a day since it was launched, sales have exceeded 50 million. If nothing unexpected happens, sales will soon exceed 100 million, and at this rate. After listening to the report from the marketing director, Lin Jianjun was stunned at first, then a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Ha ha ha. Okay, but you still need to keep up the good work. Remember to urge the production department to increase production to avoid a situation where demand exceeds supply. After skillfully talking to his subordinates for a few sentences, Lin Jianjun hung up the phone, but the corners of his mouth were still curved with ecstasy. After all the hardship comes happiness. After all the hardship comes happiness. I, Lin Jianjun, have been feeling very frustrated recently, and now, it's finally time to turn things around. Because Lin Jianjun was on speakerphone when he answered the phone. So Lin Hao and his mother also knew about this exciting news and were both very excited. Daddy, husband. The mother and son cried with joy and threw themselves into Lin Jianjun's arms, one on the left and one on the right. The three of them told each other about their current feelings and looked forward to the future after the rise of the Lin family. Just at this moment, the ringing of a cell phone broke the hard-earned family atmosphere. Lin Jianjun frowned, took out his cell phone, looked at the caller ID, and was immediately startled. Quiet first. Master Tiger called. It must be because of the several hundred million loan. Lord Tiger? When talking about this famous ruthless man in Demon City, Lin Hao and his mother quickly shut up. Soon, Lin Jianjun nervously answered the phone. Master Tiger, are you calling me because of the hundreds of millions of dollars owed? Don't worry. It's just a few hundred million. I will pay you back with interest soon. Faced with Lin Jianjun's slightly flattering tone, the person on the other end of the phone seemed very satisfied. A faint laugh came. Brother Lin, you are being too polite. It's just a few hundred million. How could I call you to collect the debt? I just heard that your company has been doing well recently, and I wanted to congratulate you. By the way, I'll treat you to a drink tomorrow and discuss some business cooperation with you. Cooperate? Our businesses are totally unrelated. How can we talk about cooperation? Although Lin Jianjun had doubts in his heart, but after all, he still owed others a huge debt, so he didn't dare to refute and could only agree. After hanging up the phone, Lin Jianjun's face suddenly turned ugly. I always feel that the other person. Is this someone with bad intentions? Hubby, are you okay? Why did Tiger Lord suddenly call you? Daddy, he doesn't have any conspiracy, does he? Listening to the worried words of the mother and child in my arms, Lin Jianjun was moved, but he didn't want to lose his momentum, so he waved his hand and said with great pride, Hey, you are just worrying about nothing. What can happen? You're just going to treat me to a drink tomorrow and talk about the loan. Don't worry. I'll take this opportunity. We can also get to know a great man like Tiger Lord. This is a blessing in disguise. Besides, our company is thriving. When our products completely take over the Magic City, the next step will be the neighboring provinces and cities, and then it will continue to expand to the entire country, and even the whole world will use our Lin family's ointment. What would Zhao Hu be worth by then? In front of the Lin family, he wouldn't even be worthy of carrying my shoes. Humph. I really didn't expect that. After divorcing that rebellious son, the Lin family's luck turned around so quickly. Ha ha ha. The more Lin Jianjun spoke, the more excited he became and couldn't help laughing out loud. This moment, he seemed to have seen the brilliant future of the Lin family, and he boasted so much that even he believed it. And seeing Lin Jianjun so determined and confident, Lin Hao and his mother immediately felt relieved and smiles appeared on their faces. They couldn't help but imagine the glorious treatment they would receive after becoming the children of a top family in Shanghai or the wives of a wealthy family. Chapter 66, the old-fashioned novel? Chen Kersen's personal bodyguard, Su Fan. Chen Family Villa. A girl's boudoir filled with all kinds of toys and dolls. Chen Kersen looked mad and protested loudly while pulling her own ponytails. She is arguing with her parents and is firmly opposed to her family interfering in her marriage. No, no. I will never allow Su Fan to be my fiancé. Father, mother, I, Chen Kersen, already have 2 lovers, 1 husband and 1 wife. If I want another fiancé, wouldn't that be breaking the law knowingly and committing bigamy? Today, it was originally calm. But ever since the fiancé entered the Chen family, Chen Kersen's nightmare began. Her parents' words and deeds showed that they wanted to bring her together with Su Fan, which Chen Kersen could not accept no matter what. She is going to be the Magic King's woman. Before realizing this great wish, how could he be defeated by the terrible dark power lurking in the grave of marriage? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I, Chen Kersen, would rather die in battle than allow those evil parents to affect my eternal ambitions.
Hey Kersen.
Why is your Chinabana getting worse? Listen to my mother's advice. Xiaofan is a good man. If you miss him with your personality, it will be difficult for you to get married in the future. Looking at their daughter who was becoming increasingly terminally ill, both Chen's father and mother felt quite desperate. They had tried various methods to actively treat the disease, but the results were not satisfactory. Instead, it led to the aggravation of her daughter's middle school illness. And today Su Fan came to the door with a marriage proposal. Although her looks and family background are not very good, she is neither humble nor arrogant, mature and steady, and she has the strong support of her father. What satisfied Chen's parents the most was, when the other party first met Chen Kersen, his face was still calm and indifferent. He didn't show any strangeness at all because of his fiancée's weird personality. That's all. When it falls into the eyes of Chen's father and mother, it immediately triggers a critical hit and the favorability plus 99. After all, this was unimaginable before. The moment when most people saw Chen Kersen's true face. No matter how hard he tried to hide it, a strange and contemptuous expression could not help showing on his face. Now she has finally found a good son-in-law who doesn't despise her daughter. Naturally, Chen's father and mother were unwilling to give up easily. Their requirements are actually very simple, as long as the person has good character and does not look down on their own daughter. As for the other party's family background, appearance, height, and other factors, these were completely out of the consideration of Chen's father and mother. However, their daughter's attitude of preferring death to obedience gave them a headache. Chen family. In a clean and tidy room, Su Fan was sitting cross-legged quietly, cultivating his body and mind. With his hearing ability, he naturally heard the quarrel between Chen Kersen and her parents coming from a room not far away. That woman named Chen Kersen, it seems like she has no interest in me at all? That's good. Su Fan opened his eyes, and a smile flashed in his pupils. His only goal in this life is to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. As for the so-called love between young men and women, he really has no interest in it at all. The land of gentleness and the grave of heroes. Woman. It will only affect his speed in reaching the pinnacle of martial arts. It seems that as long as I can get through this week safely, I can successfully break off the engagement. Due to Chen Kersen's previous firm opposition. In desperation, Chen's father and mother had no choice but to settle for the second best and made a gentleman's agreement with Su Fan. Within 1 week, Su Fan was required to be his daughter's personal bodyguard. Just 1 week later, Chen Kersen still had no interest in him, so the engagement was off. At the Su family, in the girl's boudoir, Ding Ling Ling was massaging Susan was suddenly interrupted by the ringing of a cell phone. He frowned and picked up the phone on the table and answered it. Hello. Help. Oni-chan. Huh. 2 minutes later, after understanding the situation, Lin Tao hung up the phone. The corner of his mouth always has an inexplicable smile. The personal bodyguard of the Chinibu girl? Phew. The other protagonists are the school belle's personal masters, the beautiful CEO's personal bodyguards, but the brother-in-law is stuck with a middle school girl with a second-year syndrome. Brother-in-law, I will observe a second of silence for you. What's going on? Who called? From Lin Tao's reply, it seemed that the other party was that girl Ku Xian? She called Lin Tao? In the dark cage of consciousness, Susan concentrated her attention and eavesdropped on the gossip, but unfortunately she only heard a little bit. And at this time, she felt the sound of breathing near her ear and a warm breath hitting her cochlea, making her feel itchy. Susan, are you curious about who called me? Actually, it was Ku Xian. She said Su Fan came to her house and now becomes her personal bodyguard for a week. But she couldn't stand it for even a day. She wanted to use the excuse of her friend's birthday tomorrow to get Su Fan out and invite me to go with her. I agree. After all, this was already agreed upon. And I'm also a little curious about this man who has the same last name as you. After listening to Lin Tao's explanation, Susan suddenly understood. But when I heard Lin Tao say that he would go to the appointment tomorrow, I felt a little disappointed. This means that she won't be able to hear Lin Tao's voice for some time tomorrow. Susan, are you reluctant to leave me? If you can't bear to leave, just move your fingers. Then I won't go and stay with you. Listening to Lin Tao's somewhat teasing jokes, Susan was suddenly a little dissatisfied again. With her stubborn personality, she was unwilling to admit the hot emotions in her heart. Who wouldn't want to part with you? I wish I could take a day off. Go quickly. Leave me alone. I have never touched a man and I have no interest in men. Under Lin Tao's surprised gaze, Susan's fingers really moved. The tender white index finger kept drawing times, strokes in his palm at a very fast speed. Lin Tao. This girl is still quite arrogant now. Just as Lin Tao and his partner were enjoying their silent and warm time. Outside the house, suddenly there was a loud noise. Miss Su. Mr. Lin is giving Miss Susan a massage. Please wait a moment. Lu Wan's voice came, accompanied by another arrogant voice. Get lost. What do I need to wait for to see my niece? It was her. Just by hearing a few words, Lin Tao knew who the visitor was. His face suddenly turned gloomy, because the person who came, it was the culprit that caused Susan to become a vegetable. Chapter 67 The Reason Why Susan Became a Vegetable, Love Brain, Aunt Su Yen. Snap. The door was suddenly opened. There was a woman who looked to be in her 30s, pushing the housekeeper aside and squeezing in despite Lu Wan's attempts to stop her. Lin Tao's attention immediately. Purple Cheongsam jumpsuit. Red high heels. Full figure. A pretty face that is 70% similar to Susan. Even Lin Tao had to admit that the woman inherited the Su family's excellent appearance genes and could be considered a beautiful woman. What a pity. This is also a love-minded person with a vicious heart. Lin Tao sneered in his heart. The other side. Lin Tao lying on the hospital bed with hostility. Are you Susan's son-in-law? Are you so rude? Humph. Are you dumb? You can't even greet your elders when you see them. You really have no respect for your elders. Ignoring the other party's aggressiveness, Lin Tao pretended to be puzzled. Elder? Whose elder are you? You barged in without permission and without knocking. Such an uncultured elder? I just thought it was some jerk who broke into the house. Hear the sarcasm in Lin Tao's words. The beautiful woman's face suddenly turned red and she glared at Lin Tao with her beautiful eyes. Listen carefully. I am Susan Sant Su Yin. Oh. Lin Tao looked indifferent and responded perfunctorily. At the same time, the other party's related plot emerged in my mind. Su Yin, the daughter of Su Shengtian and the aunt of Su Fan and his sister, she is set as a top-notch villain relative. The ultimate weird love brain. As the daughter of a wealthy family, she fell in love with an old man in his 50s. In order to live with the old man, she even severed her father-daughter relationship with Su Shengtian. It is also beautifully named. You don't understand. I'm doing this all for the pursuit of true love. In the later part of the novel, Susan even betrayed family secrets for the old man, which made her and her grandson unable to tolerate it anymore and sent her to prison. Then I wonder what Elder Su has come to do for your visit today? As Susan's aunt, do I need a reason to come visit her? Su Yin did not answer but asked instead, and once again pointed the finger at Lin Tao. You are just as uneducated as the rumors say. What qualifications do you have to marry my Susan? Whether you are qualified or not is not up to you. Grandpa Su and Susan have no objection, so there is no need for you, elder, to worry about it. You are really sharp-tongued. Thank you.
Oh.
Staring at the young man in front of him, Su Yin felt furious, and at the same time, the situation was extremely difficult. She thought that as the elder, she could easily control Lin Tao. But I never expected Lin Tao be so ignorant of etiquette. When faced with the elder's education, she not only did not accept it with an open mind, but was also harsh in her words and argued with her every word. And just when Lin Tao and the other person were arguing with each other, in the dark cage of consciousness, the moment I heard my aunt's voice, Susan felt a chill in her heart. Even now, there is still no conclusion as to the cause of her coma. Susan suddenly went dark at home and fell into a coma and never woke up again. This is recognized by everyone as a strange disease. But only Susan herself knows. Her coma was most likely artificially induced. I still remember that day. Faced with her aunt's sudden awakening and closeness, she was not on guard and was even relieved. She took the tea that Su Yin handed to her and drank it in one gulp. Wait until we get back to the Su family. The next day, when I was doing fitness exercises, I suddenly felt weak all over and my eyes went dark. Susan now relies entirely on speculation and has no direct evidence to show that her coma was caused by her aunt, but the details in every aspect and a strong intuition. Still, it made Susan think of the most chilling possibility. The reason why she became a vegetable may be closely related to her aunt, and this is a cruel possibility. What made Susan feel the most chilled and heartbroken? Since her parents and brother passed away, her closest family members are only her grandfather and Aunt Su Yin. So Susan really doesn't want to believe that this last relative will harm her. Aunt, can you abandon your family just for what you call true love? Auntie, I really don't want it to be you who did this. Otherwise, how can I face you in the future? But I have been unconscious for so long. Why did my aunt choose to come to see me at this time? Could it be? Is it because of my gradual recovery? Put yourself in their shoes. If I were the murderer, I definitely wouldn't want the victim to wake up. After all, this will increase the risk of exposure. If there is a chance, they will even kill the victim's chance of speaking again. Some terrible and absurd possibility kept flashing through Susan's mind. This made her very frightened and uneasy. But as a vegetative state, she couldn't move at all, couldn't do anything to stop it, and could only be slaughtered like a lamb to be slaughtered. Now, all kinds of uneasy and anxious emotions filled Susan's heart, and she was terrified to the extreme. The reason why she was unconscious. So far, no one knows whether it is related to Aunt Su Yin, so no one will be on guard against her. If my aunt wanted to do something to me before I fully recovered, I would be completely unable to resist. Thinking of this, Susan felt panicky. Just at this moment, a familiar warmth came from her palm, instantly dispelling her uneasiness. Susan, why is your heart beating so fast? Are you afraid of something? It's okay. I'm here. I'll protect you. The steady and powerful voice came from her ears like the sound of nature, making Susan feel safe all of a sudden. Lin Tao, he said he would protect me. Yes, with him here, I don't have to worry about anything. Because he will definitely protect me. Just like he protected the Su family for me, he will protect me now. What should I do? This man is so charming. When I wake up, can I really make up my mind to separate from him? The other side. Lin Tao held the girl's hand, feeling the cold sweat on her palm, and seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that Susan has had doubts about her aunt for a long time, just considering the blood relationship. So in the plot of the novel, after Susan woke up, she did not delve into the reasons why she became a vegetable. But later, Su Yan's love-brained behavior went too far and touched Susan's bottom line. Only then did he tearfully kill this last remaining relative. Chapter 68. Su Shangtian's anger, canceling the rebellious girl Su Yan's share ownership. Susan. She actually regained consciousness? Su Yan, who was wearing a purple cheongsam, saw Susan communicating with Lin Tao through finger movements. I was so shocked that cold sweat broke out on my forehead. She thought Susan would never wake up again in her lifetime. But I never expected. Could it be true, as the rumors say, that Susan's gradual recovery of consciousness was related to this man's massage? If this is the case, then we have to find a way to drive the other party away. Lin Tao, right? Tell me the truth, why did you approach Susan? Because I love you. Lin Tao answered seriously, but Su Yin didn't believe him at all and sneered. You farted. I think you are just coveting the Su family's wealth, so you pretend to marry into the family to bring good luck, but you actually have ulterior motives. After all, you even dared to contradict the Lin family and your own father, which led to your father kicking you out of the house. How can such an unfaithful and unfilial person be truly kind to my niece? I'm telling you, I absolutely disagree with your marriage to my niece. After all, this is about my niece's lifelong happiness. How about this? I'll give you 100,000 yuan, and you can go back to where you came from. Stop dreaming about marrying into a wealthy family and reaching the pinnacle of life. Su Yin was passionate, as if she was really standing on the moral high ground, judging Lin Tao for the sake of her niece's happiness. Winky face. Huh? Because there are too many slots. Looking at Su Yin with an expression of, you got a good deal on her face. Lin Tao didn't know where to start complaining. Putting aside other things, I gave the Su family 3.5 billion to help them overcome the bankruptcy crisis. Am I greedy for the Su family's property? And this, 100,000, is also very magical. How can one say this? However, to combat this kind of love brain that seriously reduces intelligence, we must start with the things she cares about most. You don't know yet, do you? Grandpa Su has transferred all the shares he has on hand to me. What? I learned that Lin Tao has now become the largest shareholder in the company. Su Yan's defense was somewhat broken. She did so much, just thinking about her niece's death. Su Shengtian can only rely on her as a relative, so that he can finally get the shares in her hands and completely control the Su group? But now Su Shengtian has left the shares to outsiders. That old man, is he suffering from Alzheimer's disease? Or is his brain crazy? Even though he had many dissatisfactions with his father in his heart, Su Yin could only suppress her anger at this moment. She raised her head and thought about the young man in front of her. She put on a smiling face. Lin Tao, now the Demon City is spreading rumors that you married into the Su family just for our Su family's property. This is also the reason why I disagree with handing my niece over to you. And now that my father has transferred 25% of the shares to you, I'm afraid more people will misunderstand you. How about this? For the sake of your reputation, why don't you transfer the shares you have to me unconditionally? After people's misunderstanding of you is resolved, how about I transfer the shares back to your name? Listening to these increasingly outrageous words, Lin Tao felt like he needed to grow a brain. What kind of behavior is this from Lin Jianjun? It seems that the IQ of the villains in this book is only set at 5. One after another, these are statements and actions that defy nature. I'm going to rehab for Susan now, if that's all. Can you please leave first and not affect Susan's recovery? Or, did you come here to disturb us on purpose? You don't want Susan to wake up? Lin Tao didn't even bother to reply and directly ordered him to leave. Hearing this, Su Yan's heart skipped a beat, fearing that Lin Tao might guess something, so she quickly turned around and left, leaving behind some harsh words. You, humph. You are like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, who doesn't know a good person's heart. I'm going to find my dad right now and ask him to take back the shares you have. As long as I am here, a wicked person like you who has no respect for elders will never dream of marrying my Susan. Bump. As the door was slammed shut, silence returned to the room. Finally left. Lin Tao, whose ears were instantly quiet, felt much better. As for Su Yan's threat, he didn't care. On the one hand, he is not very interested in shares. On the one hand, Su Shengtian still has some brains. At least he is still within the normal range. Immediately following, Lin Tao put the previous episode behind his mind and concentrated on massaging Susan. The other side. In the dark cage of consciousness, Susan sensed the movement of Su Yin leaving and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Has your aunt left? She should have gone to see Grandpa. Oh, Grandpa will have a headache again. My aunt used to be a very kind and gentle woman. How come she has become a different person since she met that old man? She is making trouble for no reason. Lin Tao was here this time, otherwise I wouldn't know how my aunt. No, my aunt wouldn't necessarily hurt me. Maybe I was overthinking, or maybe she was also bewitched by others. After all, they are the last few relatives I have. Susan really didn't want to think about fratricide, unless it was absolutely necessary. Even now, she still has extravagant hopes in her heart. Maybe, my coma is really just a strange disease. In fact, it has nothing to do with my aunt. I just overthink it. Su Group. In the chairman's office. Asshole. This rebellious girl. Su Shangtian put down the phone, anger flashing in his pupils. He had already learned from Lu Wan about Su Yan's unreasonable behavior today, and he was so angry that he couldn't control himself. Snored. How could I, Su Shangtian, who has been so wise all my life, give birth to such a stupid daughter? Su Shangtian was both hateful and angry about his daughter's lovesickness. You said you were looking for a man, so just look for him? But what do you want to do with someone who is almost my age? Should I call him son-in-law or brother? Besides, that old man is not a good guy either. He has his love-brain daughter under his control and makes her do whatever he says. Su Yin also continuously gave away the resources of the Su Group to the small, broken company founded by the old man to suck his blood. This has made the situation even worse for the company, which was already struggling to make ends meet some time ago. Now that the company is starting to get better, he's making trouble again. We can't go on like this. Su Shengtian has been in the business world for many years. Naturally, I knew that I couldn't continue like this and let my stupid daughter destroy the company. Then, he acted promptly and urgently called Lawyer Hu into his office. I verbally divided the shares I had into 3 parts before, 25% for Lin Tao, 22% for my granddaughter, and 10% for an I knew. Now you draft a new formal contract. I want to take back all 10% of that rebellious girl Su Yin. Then divide this 10% into 2 halves. Lin Tao and my granddaughter's share quotas will each increase by 5%. As for the rebellious girl Su Yin, if she comes to the company later, kick her out and tell her that if she doesn't break up with that old man, then I will pretend that I have never given birth to this daughter and sever the father-daughter relationship with her from now on. Chapter 69. The Old Man Wong DEA, the mastermind behind the Su family. Su Group, Headquarters. Su Yin arrived exhausted and wanted to find her father quickly and sue Lin Tao severely. But unexpectedly, he was stopped by Lawyer Hu at the gate of the group. Ms. Su Yin, the shares you have on hand have been reclaimed by the chairman. According to regulations, outsiders are not allowed to enter the company. And the chairman has said that if you don't separate from that old man, he will sever the father-daughter relationship with you. Surprised? Shock? Unbelievable? Various negative emotions flashed and changed on Su Yan's face. In the end, the only expression on her pretty face was gnashing of teeth. No way, my dad wouldn't do this to me. I'm going to ask him, get lost. Su Yin screamed and charged into the Su Group. She wants to confront her father and ask him why he stopped her from pursuing true love. However, the security guards who had been instructed by Lawyer Hu formed an insurmountable human wall and firmly blocked Su Yin outside the door. You bunch of stinky security guards, just wait for me. In desperation, Su Yin could only glare at the security guards fiercely and issue ineffective threats. At the same time, he secretly made up his mind that once he took control of the company, he would fire all these security guards as soon as possible. Lawyer Hu, tell my dad that he wants to use such despicable means to force me to surrender? It's really ridiculous. True love is invincible. I will die rather than surrender. Su Yin looked at Lawyer Hu with her nose in her eyes, with a very proud tone. In her eyes, I am fighting a battle to defend my love. It is so glorious. Then she held her head high, looked up through her nose and left. Seeing this, Lawyer Hu shook his head and smiled bitterly, then turned and went into the company, leaving behind a group of security guards who were talking among themselves. I really don't know how such a nice person like the chairman could give birth to such a love-brained daughter. Yeah, that old man. I see at first glance that he is a hypocritical guy. For an old man who is not much older than my father, I am willing to damage the interests of my own group. I am not sisterly. Is this a gerontophilia? Miss Su Yin is really blind. Instead of falling for that old man, it's better to go with a young security guard like me. The other side. In a park with beautiful greenery, there was a middle-aged man, about 50 years old, wearing a black training suit, doing Tai Chi to the music. Although the man has reached the age of knowing his destiny, but his figure is still good, and he exudes a gentle and elegant temperament. Just at this moment, a cry of grievance interrupted the man's boxing. Brother Wong. Yenner, what's wrong? Hearing the familiar voice, Wong DEA turned around in surprise and saw Su Yin, who was wearing a purple Chong Sam, staring at her with tears in her eyes. Brother Wong, my dad has gone crazy. He actually wants to sever the father-daughter relationship with me? Ah, this? What on earth is going on? Wong DEA was a little surprised. He opened his arms and embraced the woman who rushed over to him. After Su Yan's crying narration, I finally understood the whole story. Hey, this is not Brother Su's fault. After all, there is indeed a huge age gap between you and me. If it were me, I would probably stop my daughter from being with a man that old. Wong DEA smiled bitterly, with a look of shame on his face, and expressed his understanding of Su Shangtian's behavior. He took a step back and took the initiative to break up with Su Yan. As the saying goes, you were born before I was born, and I was born when you were old. I wish we were not born at the same time, so that we could be together every day. Yenner, your father is actually right. We are really not suitable for each other, so let's separate. It's impossible that I will cause you and your father to break off relations. Hear the self-blame in the man's words. Su Yan felt sad and blamed her father even more. Is it wrong to pursue true love? Thinking of this, Su Yan became more determined to never compromise. Brother Wong, please don't say that. This has nothing to do with you. It's all my dad's fault. He just wants to control my life and wants me to find a boyfriend who can help the company's development. But he never thought about my happiness at all. Brother Wong, don't worry. I will never give in. I will only love you in this life. So what if there's a big age gap? There's no age difference in true love. There's only love or not love. After saying, Su Yan coquettishly buried her head in the man's arms and rubbed it against his chest. You, are so stupid. Wong DEA shook his head and smiled, then reached out and rubbed Su Yan's forehead lovingly. Very comfortable. Su Yan nodded her head like a kitten, with a look of happiness on her face. She likes the feeling of being pampered by the elders. After a warm moment, Su Yan thought of her niece again, her eyes slightly worried. By the way, Brother Wong, where did you get all those medicines last time? The effect of the medicine doesn't seem to be as good as you said. Isn't it said that after taking it, it can make people comatose for a few years, and then wake up naturally after a few years? How come when I went to my niece's house today, she had already started to regain consciousness? I am really afraid that my niece will wake up. If that happens, my dad will beat me to death? The medicine lost its effect so quickly. How is this possible? Wong DEA's expression suddenly became serious, and he carefully asked Su Yan about the specific situation. Lin Tao? It was because of that son-in-law who was brought to the wedding for a happy occasion? I thought that the other party was just marrying into the Su family as a formality to satisfy Su Shangtian's psychological comfort. But I didn't expect the other party. There is actually the ability to awaken a vegetative person? I heard that Susan's improvement was related to Lin Tao. Wong DEA couldn't sit still anymore. He made up a random excuse and tricked Su Yan into leaving temporarily. Yenner, those medicines were also provided by my friend. I'll take a look and call to ask. By the way, I'm a little thirsty now. Go buy me a bottle of water first. Wait until Su Yan's back completely disappears. Wong DEA then put away his kind and gentle smile, took out his mobile phone with a gloomy face, found a number, and dialed it. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. Boss, it's me. There is a new situation at the Su family. It seems that the medicine you provided did not achieve the expected effect. Or maybe it's because of that son-in-law who came to marry him. The girl from the Su family has begun to regain consciousness. What do you think we should do next? Chapter 70. Lin Tao and Su Fan's first meeting. Time flies, like a bubble of urine separated from the body. It disappears once it is expelled. The next morning, Lin Tao got up and went to the familiar flower shop as usual to buy a bunch of violets. Good morning, Susan. Returning to the girl's familiar boudoir, Lin Tao placed the violet at the girl's bedside as usual. Lin Tao. Even though she couldn't speak, Susan still responded silently to Lin Tao's greeting in her heart. At the same time, he proudly raised his right middle finger. Lin Tao, look, not only my index finger, but even my middle finger can move. I can feel. If this continues, I will soon regain full consciousness and wake up completely. Can you see it? Can you see it? Look, look. Seeing herself gradually recovering, Susan was very excited and wanted to share it with Lin Tao as soon as possible. And at this time, Lin Tao also noticed the erected white middle finger. While he was happy for Susan, he couldn't help feeling a little weird. After all, she is a gorgeous girl. It would be so awkward if someone suddenly gave you the international greeting gesture. Susan, I saw it. Congratulations. But the middle finger gesture is a little indecent. Girls should refrain from doing this. Forehead. I know. Susan then realized that her gesture was a little inappropriate, and she felt awkward. The next few hours, Lin Tao still accompanied the girl in giving massages, telling stories, singing songs, etc. Until the afternoon. The warm moment in the room was broken by the ringing of a cell phone. Oni-chan, what are you doing? Andarain. Didn't we agree to meet at a cafe in the city center? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why haven't you come yet? You couldn't have forgotten. Listening to the little girl's resentful, urging voice on the other end of the microphone, Lin Tao then realized with embarrassment that he had really forgotten the agreement made yesterday. I'm sorry. Wait a moment. I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Tao first said a few words to Susan, then got out of bed and left. Snap. When the door was closed, the room returned to deathly silence. Susan felt a long-lost sense of loneliness surrounding her again. Come back early. Lin Tao. On this day, readers remembered the fear that they were once dominated by the hydrographic line. Starlight Cafe, a famous internet celebrity coffee shop in downtown Shanghai. Many fashionable young people like to gather here and enjoy afternoon tea leisurely. And at this time, at the entrance of the coffee shop, passers-by all looked towards a certain spot with strange expressions. There was a little girl there, wearing a strange white jumpsuit, standing on tiptoe and looking around, as if she was looking for something. Dad, is that sister a member of the Tiga victory team? Her appearance here, does it mean that monsters will appear here soon? Can I also become Tiga and defeat the monster? A little boy happened to be passing by the coffee shop and saw Chen Kersen's combat uniform and couldn't help but scream. The voice reached the little girl's ears, and she immediately pointed at the little boy and responded seriously. Child, as long as your heart is full of hope, everyone can become light by their own strength. Hearing that he could turn into light, the little boy jumped up excitedly. But before the little boy could ask how to turn into light, he was quickly carried away by his father. Awkward. So embarrassing. Facing the strange looks from passers-by, the little boy's father felt his scalp tingling and quickly fled the scene. Once upon a time, he was also a boy who believed in the light. But when he reached middle age, he became a pauper. Now he only knows that there is no light in this world, only money. Alas, another human who betrayed the light. Watching the father and son disappear from the sky, Chen Kersen sighed softly. Not far from her, Lin Tao, who had arrived late, was already considering whether to stand her up. This outfit is too childish. Last time I played King Luffy. This time I cosplay Victory Team Lina. Right? Here, Oni-chan, I'm here. But before Lin Tao made up his mind to run away, he was discovered by the sharp-eyed Chen Kersen. As the little loli's voice rang out, a bunch of strange looks suddenly gathered on Lin Tao, giving him goosebumps all over his body. Stop yelling, you social idiot. Lin Tao, who looked like he was going to die, started a 100-meter sprint and rushed into the coffee shop with Chen Kersen. At this time, in a corner of a coffee shop, a dozen young men and women dressed fashionably were chatting and laughing. Iching, why didn't Ko Xian come back yet? And do you know who the boy she is going to pick up next is? The cute girl in a pink dress stared at the entrance of the cafe and said in surprise. Her name is Kong Lian, the protagonist of this birthday party. Next to her, there was a man wearing branded sportswear who shook his head and shrugged when he heard her. I don't know. They should be the rich and powerful young masters in their circle. If they are famous second-generation rich people, we should make friends with them and expand our network of contacts. The man's name is He Ching. He is Kong Lian's boyfriend and also the leader among this group of boys and girls. Most of these people are from third-tier or fourth-tier small families in Shanghai. After learning that Chen Kersen was the daughter of a real wealthy family, she spontaneously became her friend for the sake of so-called connections. And here at Chen Kersen, they also received a task today. That is to strike Su Fan. Think of this. He Ichin turned his gaze to his target, the young man who was sitting alone by the wall, not saying a word. There was a flash of displeasure in his eyes. This guy is really too pretentious. He was obviously an ordinary person with no family or background, but when he saw them, he didn't even take the initiative to come forward and say hello. Instead, he sat alone with his hands in his pockets, looking arrogant, exuding an aura of keep away from strangers, as if he had 3 words carved directly on his face. Leave me alone. Snort. This score is simply too big to be boundless. Brother, how much can you earn as a bodyguard in a month? I heard from Ku Xian that you are good at fighting. I am not very talented, but my family just opened a KTV and we are currently short of staff. How about this? I'll pay you 10,000 yuan a month. How about you just switch to my job as a security guard? He Ichin's face was full of amusement, and he said in a tone that said, "You've got a good deal." In his eyes. In this world, those who are powerful and influential are superior to others, while people like Su Fan have neither good looks nor background. A guy who is useless except for being able to fight a little. He should be grateful to myself for giving him a job with a monthly salary of tens of thousands of yuan. But what irritated him was, this ungrateful guy in front of him was not only indifferent to his olive branch, but also frowned and showed impatience. And the look he gave himself was full of condescension. He is obviously just a powerless poor bastard. Why is he pretending? At this time, Su Fan spoke lightly and uttered 4 words. Like ants. The other side. At the entrance of the coffee shop, Lin Tao rushed in pulling the little lowly. He quickly approached the seat number that Chen Kersen mentioned. And when he just approached the position of He Yicheng and others, with just one glance, I recognized this man from the crowd. A shirt that has been washed white. Pants with several holes. White canvas shoes. This outfit doesn't fit in with the surroundings. It's a typical protagonist-exclusive outfit. Lin Tao knew it was safe. This person is... It's him. It's him. It's him. Our eldest brother-in-law Xiao Sufan. D71 Zhang. The magnetic field is turned on. Starlight Cafe. He-Chen wanted to get angry, but out of the corner of his eye he caught a glimpse of Chen Kersen and someone else walking towards him. He immediately put Su Fan out of his mind and stood up to welcome him. Ku Xian. Who is this brother? Oh, him. His name is Lin Tao. You must have heard of his deeds. This? It turned out to be this fierce man? The legendary, the most affectionate in the Magic City. Recently, in order to marry into the Su family, Lin Tao was willing to break up with his family and take 3.5 billion as a dowry. It was a big fuss in the Magic City, so He Yicheng and others had naturally heard about it, even though Lin Tao has left the Lin family and is now alone. But according to gossip, the person in charge of the Su family is planning to train him as his heir. This also means that Lin Tao is likely to take charge of the Su family, a second-tier family in the future, so he must not miss the opportunity to make friends with them. Hello, Brother Tao. It's an honor to meet you. I'm He Yicheng. My family runs a KTV. The Tiancheng KTV in Yueshou district is the new one my family opened. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. In response to He Yicheng's respectful gesture, Lin Tao nodded, smiled faintly, and shook hands with him. Ding. The host and He Yicheng put their palms together and are rewarded with 1./500 seconds. Listen to the system prompts in your mind. Lin Tao frowned, feeling a little disgusted. However, considering He Yicheng and others, they are just cannon fodder for the protagonist to show off in the early stage and then quickly go offline. The luck value must be extremely low. 1./500 seconds is normal. When He Yicheng saw Lin Tao frowning, his heart skipped a beat. I thought I had done something wrong and felt a little uneasy. I especially think of the rumors about Lin Tao's mania. I heard that once the other party gets angry, even the passing dogs will be slapped and the cats watching will be scolded. Horrible. Then, with a nervous mood, he began to introduce his companions. Hello, Brother Tao. Brother Tao is so handsome, so affectionate. Lin Tao smiled and nodded to everyone in turn, but his eyes would occasionally glance at Su Fan standing by the wall. Finally, the protagonist is introduced. I saw Su Fan still sitting there, looking calm and composed. He Yicheng suddenly felt irritated for no reason, pointed at the other person's nose and cursed. Su Fan, are you blind? Don't you see Brother Tao is here? Why don't you take the initiative to say hello? I'm telling you, if you offend my Brother Tao, there will be no place for you in the demonic capital. When these words were spoken, Lin Tao was completely confused. Before he could react, the little cannon fodders around him, such as Kong Lian, also jumped out actively to respond and scold. For a time, Su Fan became the target of public criticism. Damn it! Is this the legendary aura of ridicule that the protagonist possesses? Wherever he goes, he will be ridiculed and despised by a bunch of villains. But even if you want to scold me, why do you have to drag me into this? Wouldn't this make my brother-in-law's hatred level max out? Lin Tao's mouth twitched. Then he slammed the table and shouted, Shut up, everyone! Seeing Lin Tao getting angry, everyone was shocked and shut their mouths. Quietly. Brother Tao, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly so angry? He Yichen's face was full of anxiety and confusion. He scratched his head and asked cautiously, How dare you say that? Why are you targeting this brother? Lin Tao snorted coldly, his whole body full of righteousness. You are so respectful to me. It's just because of my identity. But the attitude towards this brother who might be in trouble at home is so bad. Don't you think it's shameless to judge people by their appearance and look down on them? Now, Lin Tao transformed himself into a moral warrior, fiercely criticizing He Yicheng and demanding that he apologize to Su Fan immediately. Under desperation, even though He Yicheng looked aggrieved, he still had no choice but to bow to Su Fan. Brother Su, I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. Not bad, that's right, isn't it? It's a great virtue to admit one's mistakes and correct them. You are very good. Patting He Yicheng on the shoulder, Lin Tao looked relieved. Hearing this, He Yicheng smiled again. In his eyes, as long as he lowered his head, he could make friends with a rich young man like Lin Tao, which was obviously worthwhile. Lin Tao's actions also made Su Fan look at him slightly, and he felt a little favorable towards him. In the past, almost all the rich second generations he met were arrogant and domineering, even though he was too lazy to pay attention to the other person every time. But the rich second generation will still jump out tirelessly, forcing us to take action to suppress them. Now he finally meets someone with normal IQ, which really makes him feel a little uncomfortable. Until this time, Su Fan only realized it belatedly and recognized Lin Tao's identity. Aunt Tang's son had met the other party several times 5 years ago, and had also met his father Lin Jianjun not long ago. Perhaps because he met an acquaintance, Su Fan's expression was no longer so stiff. He took the initiative to extend his hand and introduce himself. Su Fan. Hello, my name is Lin Tao. Lin Tao smiled back and extended his hand politely. Ding. The host and the son of luck Su Fan stick together for the first time, and are rewarded with 10,000 points. Ding. The host and the son of luck Su Fan put their palms together, and are rewarded with 1 point/1 second. Ding. The host's Tai points have accumulated to 100,000, unlocking the exclusive skill, Tai Magnetic Field. Several system prompts sounded in succession in Lin Tao's mind. However, he did not care about it for the time being. Instead, he asked everyone to sit down, and the group of people drank afternoon tea happily. Because of Lin Tao's existence, He Yicheng and others no longer targeted and mocked Su Fan as they did in the original plot. Instead, he focused on how to maintain the Lin Tao network, and even took the initiative to come over and talk to Su Fan in order to gain the favor of the righteous Lin Tao. For a while, the booths were filled with laughter, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Looking at this peaceful scene in front of me, Su Fan's expression also relaxed a little. But I always have a weird feeling in my heart, as if something is not right. The rich second generations I met this time seemed a little too normal. The other side, Lin Tao saw that the situation was under control and his brother-in-law's mocking aura temporarily lost its effect. Only then did he focus his attention back on the system reward he had just received. TSK. The Son of Destiny is different. The first sticking will reward you with 10,000 points. And as long as you keep sticking it, you can actually get 1 point per second. You know, even for the current Susan, even if her favorability is increasing day by day, if she keeps sticking to you, she will still only get 1 point/5 seconds. However, Su Fan's favorable impression towards him is still at the stranger level. If you continue to improve your favorability, will it be possible to reach 10 points/1 second, 100 points/1 second, 1,000 points/1 second, even if it's man on man? Doesn't that mean he has become the invincible immortal emperor by a billion steps? Now, a bold idea emerged in Lin Tao's mind. But the next second, he slapped himself hard in his heart. What are you thinking about?
Dev.
As a straight man, a real man, how can I bow down for just a few sticky points? Stickers and stuff. I must save it for my soft and fragrant vegetative wife. Immediately following, Lin Tao turned his attention to the exclusive skills he obtained after accumulating 100,000 points. System, what the hell is the sticky magnetic field? Explain it. Ding. Sticky magnetic field. With the host as the center, a 1-meter magnetic field is opened. As long as a person with good fortune enters the magnetic field, he can spontaneously absorb the sticky points. Tips. The ratio of points gained from magnetic field to points gained from physical contact is 10-1. After listening to the introduction of the system, Lin Tao felt ecstatic. This magnetic field is a perfect match for my current predicament. After all, apart from his own comatose wife, many times, It is simply inconvenient for him to have continuous physical contact with other people who have good fortune. But with this sticky magnetic field, as long as someone is within 1 meter of you, the points panel in your mind will automatically increase the points. The more people there are, the faster the points will increase. The only pity is that compared to direct physical contact, the points that can be obtained by sticking to the magnetic field are weakened by 10 times. But overall, there are advantages and no disadvantages. As long as they were within 1 meter of him, Lin Tao could see a sticky countdown appearing above everyone's head. He Ching, 1./5,000 seconds. Kong Lian, 1./5,000 seconds. Su Fan, 1./10 seconds. Chen Kersen, 1./100 seconds. As long as everyone's stick countdown is over, the points panel in your mind can automatically increase 1 point, regardless of the number of people. Thai cool spicy. It's a pity that the range is only 1 meter. If it could be 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters, or even the magnetic field covering the entire world, harvesting all the humankind's points, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. It's hard to imagine how many points I can earn every day. By then, becoming the invincible immortal emperor won't be a matter of minutes, right? Just as Lin Tao was daydreaming, the system prompted again. The host's current Tai points are 100,000, and the magnetic field range can be opened to 1 meter. When the host's storage reaches 200,000 Tai points, the magnetic field range can be opened to 2 meters. When the host's storage reaches 300,000 Tai points, the magnetic field range can be opened to 3 meters. It seems that the more sticking points you get, the larger the range. With this premise, Lin Tao decided to stay calm in the future and save all his points to increase the range of the magnetic field. Just as Lin Tao was thinking, seeing that they were almost done with afternoon tea, He Chen suggested that everyone go to his newly opened Tianqing Entertainment KTV to sing. Brother Tao, what do you think? Sure. Lin Tao nodded in agreement. He knew that the protagonist was in a KTV and there was going to be a face-slapping plot, and he could just go and watch it. Seeing that Lin Tao had no objection, He Ching asked everyone to get up and go to the parking lot to drive the car out. As Chen Kersen's temporary bodyguard, Su Fan naturally had to go along. Soon, several luxury cars stopped in front of the cafe. Because of Lin Tao's presence this time, He Ching and others did not follow the old-fashioned plot in the original plot, where they pretended that the seats were full and mocked Su Fan to let him take a taxi by himself. Now, the villain and the protagonist loved each other like a family and lined up to get on the bus one by one. Boom! The car roared and sped towards its destination. About 3 minutes later, City Center, Ueshio District, the entrance of Tianqing Entertainment KTV. Several luxury cars slowly stopped, the doors opened, and everyone got out one by one. Not bad. The KTV you opened is quite impressive. Looking at the KTV in front of me with a big banner, "Good luck in opening, half price for all," the decoration is quite luxurious. Lin Tao couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Hearing this, He Ching grinned and chuckled, feeling proud while not forgetting to compliment Lin Tao a few words. Thank you, Brother Tao, for the compliment. Brother Tao was able to come to my KTV on its opening day. This KTV is really a great honor for me. As the saying goes, no matter how many holes there are, flattery will never wear out. Listening to He Ching's compliments to him, Lin Tao felt quite satisfied. It seems that this is the treatment of villains. It is really cool. Compared to the protagonist who has the aura of taunting wherever he goes, Lin Tao still likes this feeling of being flattered. At this time, the speakers at the entrance of the KTV were still playing the opening lines. The first luxury KTV in Shanghai is now open. Sexy bunny girls will serve you on the spot to make you high. This familiar line seems a bit off. Why does it feel a bit wrong? Is this service serious? Ahem. It's just a gimmick. Our family is a serious business family. It's just that business is hard these days, so there has to be some exaggeration. Those who know how to play by the rules will understand. Faced with so many friends, they are eager to try. He Chin coughed awkwardly a few times and kept explaining. He immediately led the way and led everyone into the KTV door. The hall was brightly lit. 2 rows of girls with above-average looks wearing bunny girl outfits. Lin Tao and others who came in. Hello, bosses. The delicate voice and 2 rows of white thighs dazzled many men in the hall and made them feel hot. Routine, it's all routine. Serious business. Those who understand will understand. Seeing everyone's eyes were strange again, He-chin quickly waved his hands, firmly stating that his family was a serious business. But what I got was only suspicious looks from my friends. Zundu fake do. And at this moment, Lin Tao maintained a calm attitude of looking at his nose with his eyes and his heart with his nose, as if he didn't notice the 2 rows of white thighs at all. As still as a mountain. This scene, in the eyes of He-chin and others, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts and sighed. You are worthy of being the most affectionate person in the Magic City. Except for his own comatose wife, he doesn't care about other women at all. Too damn affectionate. We are so affectionate that we feel ashamed of ourselves. But if these words fell into Lin Tao's ears, he would definitely be unable to complain. How can I not be affectionate? My uncle is still watching me? This moment. If I am not affectionate, who will be? Chapter 73 that year, I, Chen Kersen, turned into light. Tianqing Entertainment KTV. Diamond Box. Under the gazes of Lin Tao and Sister Li, when He-chin finished his song, Kong Lian and others burst into thunderous applause that lasted for a long time. Great. Makoto-kun is awesome. He sang really well. Even better than Ji-kun himself. In my heart, apart from the entertainment industry savior L who has recently become popular on the internet, my brother Chung is the number one. Brother Chung is killing like crazy. Who else? I'll ask who else. With the strong praise from my friends, He-chin's face was full of pride, and he walked back to the sofa with a heroic and confident look. Brother Tao, what do you think? Ahem. Not bad. Good, very good. After all, he was called brother so many times by the other party. Lin Tao really couldn't bear to dampen his younger brother's enthusiasm, so he could only endure the condemnation of his conscience and silently give him a thumbs up. Thank you, Brother Tao, for the compliment. I'm not in good shape today. I only used half of my strength. I'm afraid it's not even 1/10 of yours, Brother Tao. He-chin smiled instantly. Then he shook his head and waved his hands in a humble manner and boasted to Lin Tao without saying a word. Hee. In the following time, everyone took turns to go on stage to show off their singing skills. In Lin Tao's eyes, which were full of black question marks, he experienced what it meant for demons to run wild and for the gods to return to their positions. Among them, the ones who impressed him most were 2 non-mainstream young people. One of them was a skinny young man with dyed yellow hair. He sang a wordless song, Cancer, with all his heart. She sat on the stage the entire time, holding the microphone, looking down and screaming. Aha! He wailed until the end of the song, which amazed Lin Tao's relatives. Things have changed. I didn't expect that people nowadays are popular with such abstract songs. Su Fan's pupils were filled with confusion. He felt that he had stayed in the mountains for too long and had become out of touch with modern society. Lin Tao, on the other hand, had a look of pain on his face. Others might hear an song without words, but what he heard was a magic song for praying for rain. The wordless lyrics are deafening. Please let it rain soon. Please let it rain soon. And after the little yellow-haired boy stepped down, he was replaced by a fashionable young man with earrings and a red wallet. He picked up the microphone and started jumping back and forth on the stage. It's all my fault that the tree attracts the wind. The tree attracts the wind. A big tree attracts the wind. After 3 minutes, the song is coming to an end. It's all my fault that the tall tree attracts the wind. The tall tree attracts the wind. I am just a tree that attracts the wind. A song from beginning to end. The lyrics just repeat. A tall tree attracts the wind. This moment, Lin Tao finally understood himself, why he was called the last savior of the entertainment industry. He suddenly felt that the codename L was a bit heavy, representing the last hope of this world.
He tilde.
It seems that if I have time, I have to take the time to save the entertainment of this world. Just when Lin Tao was sighing, He-chin and others were already applauding to welcome the next singer. Chen Kersen. I saw a little girl with twin ponytails wearing the victory team uniform, carrying a small red school bag, with a solemn look on her face. She came to the center of the stage, raised the microphone and said, "Do you believe in the light?" Everyone. Okay, you are going to be embarrassing now, right? Just a sentence. Lin Tao has already started preparing to touch the ground with his toes. He knew that this patient with advanced stage of Chinibyu was about to fall ill. As expected, before Chen Kersen sang, she said a lot of dirty words. In fact, everyone can become light through their own strength. No matter how powerful the darkness is, the light in people's hearts will never be extinguished. Of course, although everyone can be a light, one person alone cannot shine. So let us become light together. Let us smile. Smile every day. Looking at the little loli on the stage, pointing at the dimples on her cheeks, and constantly shouting, "Smile, smile." Now, the collective silence of the crowd was deafening. This is really too shameful, isn't it? Even though they were not the ones standing on the stage, everyone still felt goosebumps all over their bodies, and their heads were so embarrassed that they seemed to be blown away. But it feels awkward though. But when that familiar and exciting BGM sounded, Lin Tao and the others suddenly realized something, a certain thing buried deep in their memories. Like the sun shining through the night, dawn quietly crosses the horizon, whose figure is traveling through the reincarnation world. The road to the future is right under your feet. Don't be sad, don't be afraid. Full of confidence, looking forward to tomorrow. The little girl's voice is very childish, but it cannot conceal the taste of lost youth in the song. Listening to the familiar lyrics, Lin Tao was in a daze and suddenly felt like crying. He seemed to recall his carefree childhood. Every day at 6 p.m., I would bring a small stool and squat in front of Star TV to watch anime. Alas, time is gone and can never be returned. Back then, that year, that month, and that day, he was also a young man chasing the light. A new storm has emerged. How can we stand still? Travel through time and space with all your strength. I will come to you. Facing danger with a smile. Dreams will come true soon. Take up your courage and move forward firmly. A miracle will definitely happen. As the song came to an end, Chen Kersen's face was red and her voice was hoarse. When the last ending note ends, Chen Kersen took out a golden, magic wand from the red school bag she was carrying. Then clench your right fist and place it in front of your chest. He held the divine staff high in his left hand and made the same pose as Daegu before his transformation, and pressed the button on the magic stick, and the small light bulb on the top suddenly lit up. At the same time, she drank. That year, I became the light. Tiga. Cha. Lin Tao.
Shufan.
Everyone present. There was only deathly silence in the box. Lin Tao was feeling a little awkward because the song brought back childhood memories. Seeing the little Lolita's final middle school behavior, I felt so embarrassed that my scalp was numb. Chapter 74. Su Fan surprise? Could Lin Tao be a bootlicker? It's embarrassing, right? Okay, Lin Tao, am willing to call you the strongest Chinibyu. But having said that, putting aside Chen Kersen's socially dead behavior, Miracle reappears, this childhood battle song is still very good. It reminded Lin Tao the good old days of his childhood, and just for this reason, Lin Tao led the applause. Not only for this song, but also for the childhood that can never be returned. With his lead, He I-Ching and others who reacted followed suit and applauded. Pa pa pa. You are all children who believe in the light. Seeing that her performance moved so many people, the little girl nodded repeatedly with satisfaction. The aho hair on his forehead also flapped the air with a da-da-da sound. When she returned to her seat, she was immediately praised warmly by Kong Lian and others. That's right. You sing really beautifully. Who did you learn this from? I heard that you have a close relationship with L. Did he teach you? That's amazing. Can I know if L is from our magic city?
L?
Could it be the domestic entertainment savior L, who has been all the rage on the internet recently? He is my ultimate idol. Hearing that Chen Kersen actually knew L, he I-Ching and others came over curiously to ask. It's really because L has been too popular recently. He has released more than a dozen songs, and each of them has become a hit. He has long been hyped up as a top Chinese pop star on the internet, with countless fans, all of whom are extremely curious about the mysterious L who has emerged out of nowhere. Listen to everyone's praise. Lin Tao, who was looking at her sideways, but still chose to conceal it out of contractual spirit. You can't talk about it. I can only say that L is everywhere. He is far away, but also very close. Seeing that Chen Kersen refused to reveal it, everyone felt it was boring and sat back in their seats. Brother Tao, do you want to sing a song too? He I-Ching held the microphone and handed it to Lin Tao. As for me, okay, then I'll sing a song. Brother Su Fan, can you lend it to me? After taking the microphone, Lin Tao first nodded to his brother-in-law, then walked past him and stood on the stage. On stage, Lin Tao had a look of deep affection on his face as he promoted the song he was about to sing. Today, I will be singing a song by my idol, Master L. The song is called Rice Fragrance. And this song is also my fiancé's favorite. If I understand correctly, she loved the song because of the carefree atmosphere and the homely warmth the lyrics created. So I practiced this song for a long time, trying to restore the warmth and sweetness in the song as much as possible. Of course, please forgive me if I don't sing well. Lin Tao finished speaking. He started to operate the KTV song ordering machine. The reason why he chose Rice Fragrance was indeed because it was Susan's favorite song at the moment. Now I just happened to sing this song for my elder brother-in-law. And just when Lin Tao requested a song, Su Fan was still sitting in the corner of the sofa, his face indifferent and silent. However, after listening to Lin Tao's affectionate description, a look of surprise still flashed in his pupils. I didn't expect this guy to be a romantic. As for the rich second generations that Su Fan met on a daily basis, women are like clothes, wearing this one today and that one tomorrow. It has been a long time since he met a rich second generation man as infatuated as Lin Tao. However, I have met many gold diggers who are very skilled in attracting men. I hope this brother is not so unlucky and meets a good woman. Otherwise, the fate of a licker is generally not very good. After all, he is one of the few rich second generations who I have some good feelings towards. Su Fan still hopes that Lin Tao can have some good results. At this time, He Yiming and others who were sitting not far from him were also moved by Lin Tao's deep affection and talked about it. Brother Tao is indeed the most affectionate person in the Magic City. Even a dog would be moved to tears by this kind of affection. It's a pity that our most beautiful woman in Magic City is a vegetable. Oh, I really don't know when she will wake up. If she wakes up and learns that Brother Tao broke up with his family for her, spent 3.5 billion on her dowry, and did all kinds of affectionate things for her, she will definitely be moved to tears. All these words fell into Su Fan's ears, making him even more curious. Lin Tao mentioned is actually a vegetable, and she is also known as the most beautiful woman in Magic City. By the way, when did Shanghai have a beauty ranking list? In Su Fan's era, there were no such messy lists in Magic City, so he didn't know who the so-called most beautiful woman in Magic City was. But for the fact that Lin Tao broke up with the Lin family and spent 3.5 billion on a dowry for a woman, he still somewhat dislikes sisterly. In Su Fan's eyes, no matter how beautiful a woman is, she is ultimately just an appendage of a man. Only making great achievements and establishing a lasting empire is the goal a man should pursue. Doing so many so-called affectionate things for a woman is just to impress yourself. How is it different from being a bootlicker? Maybe this is what they call different people have different aspirations. But if it's a vegetative state, it's not impossible to cure it with my medical skills. However, this thought only flashed through Su Fan's mind and he ignored it. If it doesn't concern you, just ignore it. He is not a good person, nor does he want to be one, thus wasting his time on revenge. The other side. Lin Tao had already chosen a song, and during the light prelude, the sound of crickets could be heard faintly. Simple lyrics create a very imaginative Zen state. The casual beat leads the listeners back to the original beauty. Lin Tao just sang the first few lines. It was as if everyone was brought to a rural village filled with the fragrance of rice, experiencing the simplest and most original beauty with their family. Especially Su Fan at this moment was deeply touched. Remember you said home is the only castle. When he heard this line of lyrics, he felt a pang of pain in his heart. That year, my parents and sisters were still. That year, home was his only castle, storing all his good things. But now, things have changed and everything is over. The initial happiness of childhood is long gone. Chapter 75. Su Fan was surprised. How much does this man love his fiancée? Countryside ballads, eternal support. Go home back to the original beauty. In the melodious singing, Su Fan's longing for his family became stronger and stronger. In his original plan, he wanted to go home to see his family after taking revenge. But now he has changed his mind. Even if it was just a glance from a distance, he wanted to go back to the Su family to see his grandfather, his sister, and Aunt Lu first. Just when Su Fan made up his mind, Lin Tao's singing came to an end. The song is over. He Yicheng and others all had admiration on their faces and applauded continuously. Brother Tao is awesome. I'm so impressed by you now. You sing so well. This is so real. It's almost identical to the legendary L's voice. Brother Tao's imitation is too good. Yes, it sounds so good. If I hadn't known it was impossible, I might have mistaken L for Brother Tao. Lin Tao smiled and waved to express his gratitude after he stepped off the stage. Then he sat back next to Su Fan. Brother Su, what do you think of my singing? How about giving me some advice? Good. Su Fan nodded and spoke briefly. But if the masters who were familiar with his character were present, they would definitely be surprised. After all, considering his disciple's personality, it is quite good to be able to give such an evaluation. However, in the eyes of outsiders, Su Fan's evaluation seemed a bit insincere. The little yellow-haired guy who sang Cancer not long ago jumped out first and joined the rest of the cannon fodder to start the mocking mode. Su Fan, you are too disrespectful. Brother Tao sings so well, but your attitude is still so perfunctory. Do you look down on my brother Tao? If you can do it, go ahead. Lin Tao. Damn it. You're starting to attract hatred to me again, right? There is never a moment of peace. Is this the protagonist's unique aura of ridicule? An aura of lowered intelligence? Lin Tao snorted coldly and raised his hand to pat the little yellow-haired boy on the back of his head. Enough. Shut up, everyone. How did you talk to Brother Su Fan? I'm telling you, Brother Su and I hit it off right away. I just asked, Brother Su is 5 years older than me, so he will be my good brother from now on. If you dare to slander my brother Su, be careful or I will turn against you. Under Lin Tao's majestic gaze, although everyone was confused, they did not dare to openly oppose Su Fan. Some people even apologized to Su Fan. However, Su Fan did not care. Instead, he frowned and tilted his head, looking Lin Tao up and down, and suddenly said, Do you know me? Hearing this, Lin Tao's heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that the protagonist would be so intelligent compared to those low IQ supporting characters. It seemed that I was too close to him on purpose, which caused Su Fan to become a little suspicious. But since the person asking the question is my brother-in-law, don't panic. Hey, you misunderstood. Brother Su, I didn't know you before, but your last name makes me feel very familiar. Because my fiancé's last name is also Su. His fiancé's last name is also Su? Just because we have the same surname, he loves me so much and is so kind to me? How much does this guy love his fiancée? Su Fan was really surprised. He didn't expect Lin Tao's infatuation to be so deep, but he still didn't think much about it. After all, there are so many people with the last name Su in this world. There is nothing strange about it. The other side. He I Ching and others suddenly understood. Originally, they were always somewhat confused. Why can a poor guy like Su Fan win the favor of Brother Tao? Now the truth is finally revealed. The reason is so absurd and tear-jerking. Just because Su Fan and Susan have the same last name, Lin Tao takes care of him so much. What a deep affection is contained in this. Brother Tao, I cried so hard. He really deserves to be the most affectionate person in Shanghai. He is so damn affectionate. Now, tears glistened in everyone's eyes, and they were all moved by Lin Tao's deep affection. Lin Tao, huh? What's happening? I was just saying that casually. What are you orgasming about in your head? Looking at everyone's eyes suddenly turning red, Lin Tao was a little confused. Among the crowd, Chen Kersen's gaze was even more complicated. Lin Tao to come over today because she wanted him to help her drive Su Fan away. But now, don't even think about driving people away for yourself. Lin Tao even hit it off with the other party right away, and the two became brothers. Part of the reason for this is simply because Su Fan also has the surname Su. How much does he love Susan? To love her and her family to this extent. I can't compare to Lin Tao's love for my first wife. I really can't compare to that. Thinking of this, Chen Kersen felt a little depressed.
He tilde.
It's clearly a threesome plot, but I still can't have a name. She hugged the girl beside her and begged. Konglian, I'm not happy. Please accompany me to the toilet. I'm going to the toilet to relieve myself. Speechless, Konglian and a few other girls came out of the box, still holding hands with Chen Kersen, talking and laughing, and in the box, looking at the disappearing figures of the girls. Lin Tao's mouth slowly curled up into a playful arc. Has it started? Readers love to see the protagonist pretending to be cool, but then getting slapped in the face. Now, the gears of fate have begun to turn. Starry box. The area is twice as large as the diamond box. 17 or 18 fashionable young men and women were dancing in the box, shaking their heads and enjoying the life of luxury. On the small stage, there were beauties in revealing ancient costumes, performing for the young men who had come off the stage. At this time, One of the leading princesses raised the microphone and screamed, "My lords, please continue to play music and dance. All expenses tonight will be paid for by our young master Zhao." Hawk. All of a sudden, everyone screamed and shouted, "Young Master Zhao," and cast his eyes on the person sitting in the center of the sofa. The young man wearing a black suit, a red tie, and a bowl cut. He is Zhao Lei, the son of Lord Tiger. "Harry, come here, baby." Ignoring the various emotional gazes around him, Zhao Lei just played with the teddy dog in his hand. Not far from his sofa, a man and a woman were talking. "Cousin, look, that's Master Tiger's son Zhao Lei. And Daddy came here today, mainly to discuss the loan sharking matter with Tiger Lord." The man wore gold-rimmed glasses and a white suit, and looked very gentle and weak. The woman was wearing a white princess dress with a pure white bow on her head. Her innocent smile and flawless temperament attracted the attention of many men around her. They are cousins, Lin Hao and Bai Susu. This time, I followed Lin Jianjun and came here out of curiosity to keep my appointment with Lord Tiger. Because the adults wanted to discuss business in the king's box. These kids had no choice but to be driven to the inferior Star Glory box. Chapter 76 by Susu's Despair. The appearance of Prince Charming? In the starry box. Bai Susu's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at everything luxurious in the box. She happened to meet Lin Hao and his son while wandering on the street. When I heard that they were coming to see Lord Tiger, I thought of coming together to see this legendary big man. However, he didn't see the big shot, but was arranged to stay in the star box with Lin Hao. But since she is here, she might as well make the best of it. Bai Susu will just treat it as coming here to meet the next world. Sudden, Lin Hao's eager proposal sounded right beside her ears. "Cousin, how about we go over and say hello to Zhao Lei? If we can make friends with him, it will be a great connection for the family." It seemed like a suggestion, but Lin Hao had already stood up, his eyes filled with burning ambition. Ever since Lin Jianjun completely took control of the entire Lin Group and brought him to the company and announced in public that he was the future successor of the Lin Group, he has been living a very happy life these days. There were people in his circle of friends and company who looked down on him for being an illegitimate child. Nowadays, everyone calls him Mr. Lin, and no one dares to look down on him anymore. The only drawback is getting that damn 3.5 billion. Almost all their savings were drained out, so they can only live in the staff dormitory for the time being. But the good thing is, this is only temporary, and beauty ointment is currently selling very well. In just a few days, sales have exceeded 500 million. Half of Shanghai is filled with people using their products, and the number is still rising. At this rate, it is only a matter of time before the Lin family becomes a first-tier family. Even if they are ambitious, it is not impossible to move up further. One day, I want to become the most powerful young master in Shanghai and look down on everything. Lin Hao scratched his itchy cheek, his pupils filled with longing for power and status. And now, he needs to make more connections with top people to pave the way for his own rise. Then he pulled Bai Susu up, walked to Zhao Lei, who was surrounded by many stars, bowed slightly and said flatteringly, "Mr. Zhao, I am Lin Hao. This is my cousin Bai Susu. She is a famous beauty in Demon City." Lin Hao knew that just talking about his own identity and background would not be enough to attract Zhao Lei's attention. But it's different when my cousin comes along. After all, how could there be a man in this world who doesn't like beautiful women? As expected, Zhao Lei, who was originally teasing the little teddy, finally raised his head with interest. "Oh, Lin Hao." Although he said Lin Hao's name, his eyes were always on Bai Susu beside him. Lin Hao was delighted and nodded to his cousin. "Cousin, why don't you say hello to Mr. Zhao?" "Oh, hello, Mr. Zhao." Bai Susu didn't think much about it and raised her hand to greet him. The pure and innocent eyes and the smile like first love instantly made the men present very excited. Even Zhao Lei, who has always liked lowly, couldn't help but feel a momentary movement. To be honest, in terms of beauty and figure, Bai Susu is not the most beautiful in the world. But her innocent and pure temperament like a white lotus has a fatal attraction to every man. This flawless white paper. Which man doesn't want to take her into his pocket and slowly train her until she is completely transformed into his own shape? Zhao Lei had an idea in his mind. He first introduced Lin Hao to his friends with a gentle smile. "Hello, Mr. Dong." "Hello, Boss Li. My name is Lin Hao." Lin Hao was ecstatic and naturally would not miss this opportunity to make friends. He tried hard to build relationships with all the wealthy and powerful people. Seeing that Lin Hao had almost finished talking, Zhao Lei mentioned it as if unintentionally. Xiaohao, your cousin and I hit it off right away. I think I can take some time tonight to talk to her about life. Oh no. As soon as these words came out, Lin Hao cried out that he was in trouble. He is not stupid, so of course he knows the deeper meaning behind Zhao Lei. Before he could figure out how to deal with it, Bai Susu spoke up in confusion. Mr. Zhao, what do you want to talk about? I can chat with you right now. Why wait until the evening to chat slowly? As soon as these words came out, not to mention Zhao Lei and others, they were the first to make Lin Hao unable to do anything. Cousin, do you have to be so naive? Do you think that they just want to chat with you in the middle of the night? Because we have to chat quite late, maybe all night long. All night? Forget it, Mr. Zhao. I have to go to bed before 10:30. Early to bed and early to rise is good for the skin. When Bai Susu heard that Zhao Lei wanted to chat with her all night, she waved her hands and shook her head. She never wears makeup, but her skin still remains soft and supple. Her secret is to go to bed early and get up early. For her, staying up all night is too harmful to the skin and body. Although the whole family has been applying beauty ointment recently, everyone's skin does seem to be more radiant. But Bai Susu still refuses to use chemical products and insists on relying on healthcare for care. Of course, Lin Tao's advice at the beginning was also partly responsible, and it kept coming to Bai Susu's mind. On the other side, Lin Hao and others were dumbfounded. I didn't expect Bai Susu to use such a lame excuse to reject Zhao Lei's good intentions. Later, in order to please Zhao Lei, his wealthy friends all spoke out to persuade him. Girl, you have to think clearly. Making friends with Master Zhao will be of great benefit to your Bai family. Susu, opportunities are rare and will never come back. You should know how to seize opportunities. Young Master Zhao has shown his favor to you. This opportunity is rare. There are countless women in the Demon City who are trying every possible means to get into Mr. Zhao's bed. Sister, this is how the world is. As women, we can get unimaginable benefits by paying a little. Why not do it? Faced with the persuasion of the rich kids present, Bai Susu looked confused. What are these guys talking about? I just want to go to bed early. Why do you talk to me so much? And it's getting more and more outrageous. Looking at Bai Susu with a silly and cute face, Zhao Lei suddenly burst into laughter. He originally thought that Bai Susu was playing hard to get with him, but after observing for a moment, with his sharp eyes trained over the years, he saw, all right, this person may really be a naive person, or the kind that is about to become extinct. Facing such an extremely ignorant woman, Zhao Lei's sexual interest was instantly aroused, and he couldn't wait. Interesting. Take this woman into the small room. Since she needs to rest early at night, I will come and chat with her about life now. Zhao Lei licked his lips, grinned lewdly, and ordered several of his men to take action. Anyway, the Bai family is just a small third-tier family, and his father can suppress it if anything goes wrong. This moment, Zhao Lei is extremely proud that his father is Lord Tiger, who has the support of the Han family, a top family. That's why he can run rampant in the Magic City and bully others by taking advantage of his power. Under his command, several street thugs dressed like gangsters surrounded the cousins. Seeing this, Lin Hao's face turned green. He knew that the situation was hopeless and his cousin might die here today. I suddenly felt a little regretful. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have taken the initiative to provoke Zhao Lei. But who could have thought that this guy was so crazy that he wanted to force himself on someone in public? Master Zhao, calm down. Master Zhao, my cousin is still a child. Lin Hao stood in front of his cousin and screamed heartbreakingly. But when one of the thugs just met him, Lin Hao took several steps back as if he was hit by a martial arts master and fell to the ground unconscious skillfully. Gangster. I haven't even tried hard yet. Why did you fall down? And it fell so smoothly and neatly? Could it be that I accidentally awakened some peerless martial arts? At this moment, the gang leader looked confused. On the ground, Lin Hao, who had already fallen unconscious, sighed in his heart. I'm sorry, cousin. I can't save you by myself, so coma is my best fate. Otherwise, you will just get beaten for nothing, and the result will not be changed. But if you become Zhao Lei's woman, it might be a good thing. Not only will your Bai family be able to move to a higher level, but it will also bring me greater help. A blessing in disguise? Thinking of this, Lin Hao suddenly felt that his cousin's loss of virginity was not entirely a bad thing. Cousin. Seeing Lin Hao unconscious, Bai Susu screamed in horror. Looking at the thugs approaching with lewd grins, she began to realize what was happening and broke out in a cold sweat. After all, even if you haven't seen a pig run, you have eaten pork. According to the plot in the TV series, these people must be bad guys, and their purpose is recalling the melodramatic TV dramas she had watched. Bai Susu's face suddenly turned pale. Save me. She shouted for help loudly, but everyone avoided her gaze. No one dared to stop it, for fear of offending Zhao Lei. Seeing the thugs getting closer and closer, Bai Susu was completely desperate. What's going on? According to the plot of the movie, at a time like this, shouldn't my Prince Charming appear to save me? This moment, Lin Tao's figure flashed in Bai Susu's mind. Bang! Stop! You guys are a bunch of scum. At this moment, as the door was kicked open, an angry shout came into Bai Susu's ears. Her eyes suddenly lit up, and she looked towards the gate excitedly. Here he comes, here he comes. My Prince Charming finally comes to save me. Under Bai Susu's expectant gaze, in everyone's shocked gaze, at the door of the box, a little girl walked towards the dazzling light, holding up a magic stick and walking on the light. I heard it. A girl's cry for help. Don't be afraid, because I'm here. Leave it to me from now on. Chapter 77. Ultraman may not exist, but the Ultra Spirit will never die. Quietly, the sudden change caused everyone to be stunned for a moment. They looked at the door of the box, at the little girl holding a magic stick, wearing a white Victory Team uniform, and carrying a red school bag. Suddenly doubting life? Da-da-da. He ignored the surprised looks of the crowd. Chen Kersen locked onto the girl who was surrounded by gangsters and quickly approached them, taking 2 steps at a time. Behind him, Kong Lian and several other girls were dumbfounded and worried. Originally, they were not happy after playing. He was just about to return to the box where Lin Tao and others were. But when they passed by a door, Chen Kersen suddenly pricked up his ears and said seriously, I heard. There was a girl's voice calling for help. Then, amid the exclamations of Kong Lian and other girls, he kicked open the door of the private room. How could it be you? Chen Kersen squeezed through the crowd and came to the girl who was asking for help. Only then did I discover the other party. It turned out to be Bai Susu, whom I had met not long ago. She immediately frowned. But when I think of the Victory Team uniforms I'm wearing and the responsibilities I've inherited from the Daikoku team, Chen Kersen's gaze became firm again. A true Ultraman hero will never ignore a girl who is asking for help. Think of this. Looking at Bai Susu, whose lips were pouted into an O shape, the little Lolita grabbed her and was about to pull her away from this place of trouble. Stop. Let him go. She is the woman chosen by Mr. Zhao. Who are you? Do you want to kill me? Finally, the gangsters came back to their senses from their daze and hurriedly blocked the way for the 2 girls to leave. I'm just an Ultraman passing by. Facing the ferocious thugs, Chen Kersen gave a serious answer. Huh? But this sentence not only made the whole audience burst into laughter, but also attracted crazy ridicule from the gangsters. It's so childish. Ha ha ha. Is this woman out of her mind? She doesn't think that just by putting on some clothes she can become Ultraman. You're really not ashamed of yourself. Ultraman is just a rubbish animation made to make money. Anyone who believes in it is an idiot. Hearing the waves of ridicule from the crowd, Chen Kersen's expression darkened, because she knew that what the other person said was true. After all, she is just a middle school student, and there is no problem with her IQ. She knew a lot of things, but she just didn't want to believe it. Or maybe she was just deceiving herself. But even so, the faith in her heart will never waver. Ultraman may not really exist, but the Ultra Spirit will never die. In the box, the little girl's sweet voice echoed, and the firmness revealed in her words made the mocking expressions of the people present stunned for a moment. And just at this moment, amid the awe-inspiring gazes of the people around him, Zhao Lei walked through the crowd and came in front of the 2 girls. I can let the woman behind you go. In exchange, you stay. For a Lolita control. Chen Kersen is a 1.55 meter tall, cute little girl with a fatal appeal. The moment I saw Chen Kersen, Zhao Lei's lower body immediately became erect, and a strong desire burst out in his heart. He is determined to get this top-notch loli. No, no, no. Sister, they are not good people. Leave me alone and leave. Hearing the ill intention in Zhao Lei's words, Bai Susu looked anxious and kept urging Chen Kersen to leave. Although she knew that if she stayed, she might face terrible things. But because of this, she couldn't implicate Chen Kersen. Hearing this, Chen Kersen just turned around and smiled, patted Bai Susu's little hand, indicating that she didn't need to worry, she was there. He glared at Zhao Lei and shouted, "In broad daylight, in a clear and bright world, you dare to rob a good girl. Do you really think you can cover the sky with one hand in the Magic City? I'm telling you, I'm going to take her away today. I'll see who dares to stop me." Zhao Lei was stunned at first, then he laughed wildly. "I just robbed him, so what? My father is Zhao Hu, and we have the support of the Han family behind us. So I can cover the sky with one hand. I can bully others by taking advantage of my power. Ha ha ha. Of course, there are many people we can't afford to offend. But sorry, you are not among them. Just accept your fate. Come and serve me well, and I will reward you with a big sausage." Having said that, Zhao Lei walked towards Chen Kersen and the other person with a lewd smile on his face. Alas, 2 more little white flowers are about to be destroyed. Seeing the 2 girls in danger, some people in the box looked reluctant, but in the end they wisely remained silent.
Ah!
At this moment, Bai Susu was already screaming in fright. On the other hand, Chen Kersen looked calm. When she was at home with nothing to do, she would ask her bodyguards to teach her some self-defense skills, which must be more than enough to deal with Zhao Lei. Seeing Zhao Lei approaching, Chen Kersen got ready for fighting. When Zhao Lei approached with a playful look on his face, he quickly took out a bottle from his red school bag and sprayed it towards Zhao Lei's face. "Watch out! Anti-wolf spray." Ah! Caught off guard, Zhao Lei was hit head-on and felt a burning pain all over his face. Especially my eyes, they felt like I was going blind. But Chen Kersen had no intention of waiting for the other party to recover. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, she immediately reached into her backpack to take something out. Must kill. Anti-wolf baton. Ultimate. Anti-wolf high-intensity flashlight. Invincible. Anti-wolf pepper spray. Under Bai Susu's dumbfounded gaze, the red backpack is like Doraemon's treasure bag, constantly producing various gadgets. Then Chen Kersen rushed to Zhao Lei. Finally, the little girl found a black stick and turned on the red switch on the stick. Sizzle. The flashing electric light made the smile on Chen Kersen's face look extremely evil. "What do you want to do?" "Stop it." Gua. Secret. Anti-wolf high-voltage electric baton. In Zhao Lei's desperate eyes, the little girl stuck the stun gun into his body. Instantly the whole person was shaking, foaming at the mouth, and was directly numbed by the electric shock. "Mr. Zhao? It's over." Seeing his son become like this, wouldn't Tiger Lord go berserk the moment he knew about it? "Catch these 2 women. Don't let them get away. If Lord Tiger asks about this, we can use them to get back at him." They saw a dozen men with fierce faces approaching them. Chen Kersen was not in a hurry and placed her twin ponytails in Bai Susu's hands. "I won't have time to take care of you later. Grab my twin tails and rush out with me." "Charge? Are you serious? How is it possible to rush out?" Looking at the approaching men, Bai Susu swallowed nervously. Chen Kersen didn't reply, but took out the last powerful weapon from her backpack. Godlike. Light fireworks Gatling. Amid the screams of F*CK, crazy woman, flash mob, and so on from a group of people nearby, Chen Kersen lit the fuse. In an instant, the box exploded like boiling water. Ayahawk. Countless people scattered like birds and beasts, screaming and running away in all directions. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All kinds of colorful fireworks were sprayed out from the Gatling gun wildly, exploding everywhere in the box. In the blink of an eye, the box was filled with smoke, and people couldn't even see each other's faces. They could only hide around, covering their noses. "And see your own masterpiece." Chen Kersen screamed excitedly and rushed forward with the Gatling gun in hand. "Today, anyone who stands in my way will die." Da-da-da. Behind him, Bai Susu still looked confused. But they still instinctively held the twin ponytails tightly in their hands, and the 2 girls drove the train one after the other, bombing all the way out of the Xingyao box. Period. When the 2 men passed by the sofa, they accidentally stepped on Lin Hao's crotch one after another. The pain was so severe that he could no longer pretend to be unconscious and started screaming. Chapter 78. Su Fan is confused? What the hell? Let me pretend to be myself? Diamond Box. Lin Tao was holding the microphone and singing passionately, which drew cheers from the audience. "A toast to the morning sun, a toast to the moonlight. Awaken my yearning, tenderize the cold window, so I can fly against the wind without looking back. Don't be afraid of rain in your heart or frost in your eyes." When he was halfway through singing, the door was suddenly opened, and Chen Kersen and others hurried back. Seeing this, He Chen stood up to greet him and made a joke. Why did you take so long? If someone didn't know, I would think you fell into the toilet. Huh? Are you okay? Why do you look so grim? Did you get into trouble just now? It's okay. Don't be afraid. Your husband will hold up the sky if it falls. Who bullied you? I'll find someone to kill him. Seeing that his girlfriend looked pale and hesitated to speak, He Iching couldn't help but frown and ask, "It's Zhao Lei, the son of Lord Tiger." Thinking back to Zhao Lei's miserable appearance, Kong Lian became more and more uneasy. What? He Iching took a deep breath, his face full of horror. How did you end up getting involved with that lunatic who likes to bully others? Oh, this is a long story. Then just keep it short and speak quickly. You're really driving me crazy. At the urging of He Iching, Kong Lian then told the whole story. After hearing this, He Iching and others took a deep breath. See, so scary. Is the combat power of the second dimension so terrifying? This can break through the siege. No, this is not the point. You are so confused. Kuexine, you are so confused. That's Master Tiger's son. How could Master Tiger let you go so easily after you beat him up like this? But fortunately, your family has been doing well in recent years, so I'm sure Master Tiger won't really make things too difficult for you. But maybe your family will have to pay a price to appease Lord Tiger's anger. He Iching frowned, thinking and analyzing, and urged Chen Kersen to call home as soon as possible. No, if my family knew about this, I will definitely be grounded in the future. Is there any other solution? Chen Kersen kept shaking her head, her face full of resistance, as if she would rather die than obey. This almost pissed He Iching off to death. At this moment, he was shocked and scared. After all, Zhao Lei got into trouble in his place. If Mr. Tiger were to investigate, he would be the first to suffer. Nothing else to say. This KTV, which just opened today, may face the risk of closing in the afternoon. What else can we do? If you want Tiger Lord to give in voluntarily, either his backers, the Han family, spoke up, or the martial arts master who has been causing a stir in the Magic City recently intervened. Martial arts master? What is that? Seeing that Chen Kersen and others were somewhat confused, He Iching could only explain helplessly. The other side. Looking at Bai Susu, who was still in shock behind Chen Kersen, Lin Tao seemed to be thinking about something. It seems that I triggered the butterfly effect? This is why Bai Susu's cousins appeared here. I remember the original plot. When Chen Kersen came out of the toilet, she ran into Zhao Lei, who had a Lolita complex. After attacking and beating him up, this brought about the character Zhao Hu. Then, in order to protect Chen Kersen, Su Fan pretended to be arrogant and slapped Zhao Hu in the face and recruited him under his command. But now, the direction of the plot seems to have become unpredictable. Bai Susu gradually calmed down from her panic and discovered Lin Tao in the crowd. Lin Tao, why are you here? Although I have doubts in my heart, I am in trouble at the moment. In order not to implicate Lin Tao, Bai Susu's face was gloomy, and she finally chose not to recognize him. Can you release your internal energy? Is a martial arts master that powerful? After listening to He Iching's story, Chen Kersen and the others then realized how powerful the martial arts master was, and their faces were filled with admiration. If we can find him as a backer, then Zhao Hu won't dare to do anything to us, right? That being said, where can we go to make friends with such a powerful figure with connections? Faced with Chen Kersen's bold idea, He Iching could only smile bitterly. What a powerful figure the martial arts master is. How could he possibly care about these little minions? Since we can't make friends with him, why don't we find someone to impersonate him for the time being? Oh? This is a novel idea. It immediately attracted the puzzled gazes of everyone present, including Lin Tao, even if it is Su Fan himself. At this moment, he raised his head in surprise, not understanding what Chen Kersen meant by fake. Is there anyone in this world who can impersonate him? Chen Kersen touched her chin, her eyes rolling around. Sudden, she turned to look at her temporary bodyguard and asked, Su Fan, you said before that you are a good fighter? How good are you? I heard that Zhao Hu has quite a few bodyguards around him, some of whom may know martial arts. Can you beat them? Although he was confused, Su Fan still told the truth. Like ants. A clay chicken or a clay dog is vulnerable to attack. Hearing this, Chen Kersen's eyes lit up and he said seriously, in that case, you will be the one to impersonate the martial arts master. Let us cooperate with you and see if we can trick that stupid tiger. Huh? What? Let me pretend to be myself? After being stunned for a moment, Su Fan couldn't help but laugh. He could only say that Chen Kersen and others were too naive. If you don't learn martial arts, you won't understand how powerful a martial arts master is. Warriors also have mutual sensitivity. With just a little probing, you can know the other party's approximate level of cultivation. Therefore, it is almost impossible to impersonate a martial arts master. Certainly, Chen Kersen and others are outsiders, so it is normal that they don't understand the reason. Okay. Su Fan nodded in agreement. Anyway, he was going to protect Chen Kersen, so it didn't matter what name he used. And on the side, Lin Tao couldn't hold back his laughter any longer and felt that things were becoming more and more interesting. Ask for free gifts. Is it my illusion? It feels like there are fewer people. Are they all having sex in the hotel during the Chinese Valentine's Day? I am the only one typing away miserably, accompanying my fifth daughter through the long night? No way. As for the follow-up of last night's blind date, we'll talk about it tomorrow. Chapter 79. You dare to touch my Tiger Lord's son? Is there still any law? King's Box. The lights are bright and the decoration is extremely luxurious. Sitting on an expensive imported sofa was a bald man wearing a flowered shirt. The big man had a big cigar in his mouth and a black Siberian tiger tattooed on the back of his head. This man's name is Zhao Hu, and he is nicknamed Lord Tiger. And opposite him, sitting there was a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair and a very reserved expression. Brother Lin, how do you think about my proposal to invest in your company? Master Tiger, I think the company's new product, the beauty ointment, has just been launched. If you buy shares, there may be a risk of loss. It is best to take a long-term view. I didn't hear it clearly. Brother Lin, can you say it again? Zhao Hu's nasal tone rose an octave, and he glared at Lin Jianjun with a sinister look. Lin Jianjun was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Ding dong. Fortunately, at this time, Zhao Hu received a text message on his mobile phone, which temporarily attracted his attention, which made Lin Jianjun feel slightly relieved. He originally thought that Zhao Hu asked him to meet with him today regarding the 400 million yuan loan. But I never expected. The other party actually proposed to use the 400 million as investment capital and wanted to hold 10% of the shares in the Lin Group. Isn't this nonsense? Not to mention the now thriving Lin Group. Even if the company had previously hit a development bottleneck, he would not have sold its shares at such a low price. Moreover, he had finally managed to buy back the remaining shares from that rebellious son and achieved complete control of the Lin Group. How could he possibly let a wolf into the house? Lin Jianjun made up his mind. No matter how Zhao Hu threatened and scolded him, there were certain bottom lines that would never waver. At this time, Zhao Hu was looking at the text message received on his mobile phone. That was sent by Miss Han. I have sent you the picture of Master Su. Please find him for me as soon as possible. Master Su? When this name was mentioned, Zhao Hu's face was filled with awe. He already knew that the Han family was nearly wiped out a few days ago, and he even went to visit the Han family in person. The more than 1 meter long sword mark on the wall made Zhao Hu even more shocked. Martial arts master. It's really horrible. Although I cannot reach it, my heart longs for it. Just as Zhao Hu was about to open the picture and admire the heroic figure of the Grandmaster, the door of the box was suddenly pushed open, and a group of people rushed in quickly carrying a young man. Master Tiger, this is bad. Young Master Zhao has been electrocuted. Zhao Hu suddenly stood up from the sofa, looked at his son on the stretcher with foam at the mouth, and became furious. What? Who did this? How dare you touch my Tiger Lord's son? Is there still any law here? Seeing Zhao Hu getting angry, everyone in the box suddenly fell silent, and no one dared to breathe. After all, the man in front of him is a big shot who has connections in both the black and white worlds. He has about 100 people under his command, who are specifically responsible for handling illegal activities for the Han family or other forces. They are always ruthless and will cut off people's hands and feet at any time. Few people in Shanghai dare to provoke him. But now his son was beaten like this? Everyone present knew? The perpetrator will surely suffer unimaginable revenge and torture next? At this time, there was a pale-faced young man in the crowd, standing out awkwardly with his crotch tucked into his pants. Master Tiger, I just asked Manager Ma. The one who beat Mr. Zhao was from the diamond box, and my cousin was also taken hostage by the other party. Lin Hao, with a flattering look on his face, narrated the whole story. It describes Bai Susu as a victim who was kidnapped. He wanted to avenge Zhao Lei, so he tried to stop the thugs from leaving, but was kicked in the crotch by them. Yeah, you're good. Go and rest with your dad. Hearing that Lin Hao was injured because of his own son, Zhao Hu's expression eased a little. Thank you, Master Tiger. Lin Hao was ecstatic to receive Zhao Hu's praise. Then he held his crotch together and walked towards Lin Jianjun with his feet turned inward. Daddy. Yeah, you did great. Lin Jianjun was very pleased to see that Lin Hao was appreciated by Tiger Lord. This is my good son. He knows how to seize opportunities to build connections for the Lin family and solve problems. Presumably, after the injury episode, Zhao Hu couldn't force him to invest in the Lin group. Hey, that damn bastard. He was too cruel. Does it hurt? Hower. It doesn't hurt. Thank you for your concern, Dad. Just as Lin Jianjun and his father were acting out their affectionate father-son relationship, Zhao Hu had already ordered his men to go to the diamond box and arrest all the culprits. Yes, Lord Tiger. A dozen muscular men in vests bowed together and walked out of the door with murderous intent. In the diamond box, Chen Kersen was originally very excited and was talking about her great, fake plan. But suddenly, the door was kicked open. Bang! Immediately, more than a dozen sturdy men in black vests rushed in. The leader, Aegean, had a ferocious look on his face. Who hit my Mr. Zhao? If you don't want to die, get out now. Me. It's me. It's me. Chen Kersen's face was full of excitement, and she raised her hand repeatedly. As if she was afraid that her 1.55-meter height would be lost in the crowd and not be noticed, she kept jumping up and down. This scene made Aegean and other big men stunned. Is this kid crazy? You're in big trouble. You know that? Why are you so excited? Wrong. This little girl must be a scapegoat pushed out by someone? As he rushed over in a hurry, Aegean was not aware of the whole process of Zhao Lei's injury. But he absolutely did not believe that the little girl in front of him had the ability to harm Tiger Master's son. The real murderer must be hiding among these men. Humph. What a bunch of cowards. All you know is to push a little girl out. Since the culprit is unwilling to come forward, take them all away. Aegean waved his hand, signaling his men not to let anyone go. Now it was Chen Kersen's turn to feel depressed. Hey, I told you it was me. Why don't you believe me? Also, I'm 18 years old, not a child. If you keep saying I'm young, I'll spray you to death with a Gatling gun. Listening to Chen Kersen jumping up and down and complaining, He I-Ching and others were almost scared to death by this girl. Please, calm down. Our little hearts can't bear it. And in the crowd, Lin Tao looked at this scene and found it quite funny. Beside him, Su Fan had an indifferent expression, neither happy nor sad, and seemed to have completely ignored the big man in black who surrounded him and others. Soon, a group of people, led by Aegean, came to the king's box. Lin Jianjun and his son are here too. As soon as I entered the door, Lin Tao saw two familiar figures on the sofa. Sitting opposite them happened to be Zhao Hu and his son. Dad, it's that little bitch. Catch her and send her to my room. I'm going to torture her. At this moment, Zhao Lei has regained consciousness, but the tingling and numbness in my body still hurts until now. This made him look at Chen Kersen with a look of violence, and he just wanted to get this little bitch on the bed and abuse her severely with his stick. Chapter 80 Lin Jianjun's miserable smile. What sin did I commit to give birth to such a rebellious son? Master Tiger, there's a misunderstanding here. Please listen to me, and I will tell you slowly. In order to prevent the situation from escalating, He I-Ching gritted his teeth and stood up. He tried his best to explain the cause and effect of the incident from an impartial and neutral god's perspective. The focus was on Chen Kersen's family background. Originally, Zhao Hu regarded most of what He I-Ching said as nonsense. He doesn't care who is right or wrong. So what if his son was wrong? So what if he was bullying others? As the son of Zhao Hu, he has the right to be arrogant. However, when Chen Kersen's background was exposed, Zhao Hu frowned. It's actually the girl from the Chen family? That's a bit difficult, isn't it? After all, the Chen family is a well-known second-tier family in Magic City, and it is also the kind of family with a good development momentum. There is really nothing I can do to the Chen family? After all, it is impossible for the Han family to suppress the Chen family just because of such a trivial matter. Master Tiger, what do you think? Both parties are actually a little wrong in this matter. How about we both take a step back and I ask Ku Exine to pour tea for Mr. Zhao to apologize? Seeing that Tiger Lord's complexion had improved, He I-Ching struck while the iron was hot and made a suggestion. But his words immediately irritated Zhao Lei. Apologize to your mother. How could Zhao Lei allow himself to be beaten for nothing? He will never give up if he doesn't get Chen Kersen into bed today. Take 2 of 3 steps at a time. Zhao Lei approached quickly, wanting to catch the little girl himself. Seeing He Yiqing standing in front of him, he kicked him out. Go away. Under a heavy blow, He Yiqing immediately squatted on the ground in pain. His face turned pale, like a hunched shrimp. Brother Yiqing. Seeing this, the little yellow-haired guy glared at Zhao Lei, but they were all kicked to the ground by Zhao Lei the next second. Fuck, you dare to glare at me? Do you want your mother to die? The few little yellow-haired guys who didn't dare to resist could only curl up on the ground and let Zhao Lei kick them. Stop it now. You're going to kill them. I saw that some of the little yellow-haired guys had been beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Bai Susu and other girls were so anxious that tears were rolling down their cheeks. But the more they did this, the more Zhao Lei wanted to show off his strength as a masculine man, and he kicked harder. As for the rest of the people present, no one dared to stop it. Even Zhao, who wanted to take the opportunity to establish his own authority. Since we can't touch the girl from the Chen family, let's start with a few minions. At this moment, the hot man finally took action. Ah! Zhao Lei, who was originally looking arrogant, suddenly felt a huge force coming at him and was kicked away. He rolled all the way and finally fell in front of Zhao Hu. Suck. Everyone gasped and looked at the young man who withdrew his foot in horror. You are just like an ant, and you dare to shout in front of my big brother? Lin Tao snorted coldly. Then he quietly retreated behind the protagonist. Brother-in-law, it's up to you from now on. You bastard. How dare you kick my son? After being stunned for a moment, Zhao Hu suddenly became furious. The people around who witnessed all this were all shocked at this moment. In the underground world of Magic City, apart from a few forces like the Scarlet Society and the Wild Wolf Gang, who dares to compete with Lord Tiger? Now Lin Tao kicked his beloved son away, right in front of him. Isn't this like an old man eating arsenic, seeking death? At this time, a roar sounded. Lin Tao, you rebellious son. Everyone turned around and saw Lin Jianjun, who recognized his son. Lin Tao fiercely. You beast. How dare you hit Master Zhao? Why don't you kowtow to Lord Tiger and apologize? Beside him, Lin Hao also looked worried and kept persuading him. Brother, you are too reckless. How could you hit young Master Zhao? Violence is wrong. You should kneel down and apologize to Master Tiger. Maybe Lord Tiger is magnanimous and is willing to forgive you? Until this time, everyone then recognized the relationship between the father and son and Lin Tao. Zhao Hu's face also turned completely gloomy, and he sneered continuously. Okay. After all this time, this is your son, Brother Lin. Is your Lin family trying to slap me in the face? If you don't give me an explanation today, don't blame me for not giving you face. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tried to distance himself from the matter. Master Tiger, I have already kicked this beast out of the house. Many people in the Demon City have witnessed this incident. We even signed a contract to sever the father-son relationship. From a legal perspective, this rebellious son has no connection with the Lin family at all. Of course, he offended you, Master Tiger, today. No matter how you deal with him, I won't have any complaints. Having said that, but after all, Lin Tao has his own blood in his body. In the end, Lin Jianjun couldn't bear the other party and ended up with a miserable end. So he glared at Lin Tao, urging this rebellious son to kneel down and apologize quickly and beg for mercy from Lord Tiger. But his good intentions were in vain. Lin Tao didn't feel anything at all and looked at him with a speechless and strange look. Mr. Lin, did you forget to take your medicine when you went out this morning? Lin Tao. Seeing his father's love so touching, he fed his children to the dogs again and again. Lin Jianjun could no longer suppress his anger, and with a livid face, he came up to Lin Tao. He raised his hand and was ready to slap the person in the face, giving him a complete childhood. Daddy, don't hit my brother. Bang! Just at this moment, Lin Hao rushed out suddenly and stood in front of Lin Tao. Lin Jianjun, who didn't have time to stop, slapped Lin Hao in the face, knocking him to the ground. Hey, why are you doing this? No matter how much you give, this heartless beast will not feel the slightest bit of affection. Looking at the 5 bright red finger marks on Lin Hao's face, Lin Jianjun burst into tears of heartache, and his eyes looking at Lin Tao were full of pain and despair. You beast. Don't you feel any pangs of conscience when you see this? At this moment, Lin Jianjun laughed bitterly. He doesn't know what sins he had committed in his previous life. That's why such an unfilial son who is worse than pigs and dogs was born. Good night. Some people have been urging for the follow-up of the blind date, but there is actually nothing much to say. The day before yesterday, I went to the girl's house with my parents. I went to a small room alone with her and chatted for a while. She is 2 years older than me, born in 1994. He has an ordinary appearance, and you would forget about him if you passed by him on the street. He has the same ordinary appearance as most of us. I am currently working as a worker in Shenzhen, looking after a shop for a boss and earning a few thousand yuan a month. Now we just add each other on WeChat and chat a bit. As for the follow-up, I don't know if it will work out, so let's chat on WeChat first. Well, to be honest, in terms of appearance and age, she is far from the cute girl I imagined. But sometimes people just have to bow to reality. I am nothing. Nothing. Most of those beautiful and outstanding girls have high standards, and ordinary people have almost no hope of marrying them. Most ordinary people just have to make do. As long as they don't look too bad, they can get by and their lifetime will pass. Alas, people must learn to accept their fate. When I was young, I thought I could change the world. When you grow up, you realize that you can't even maintain the most basic regular schedule and have accomplished nothing. When you realize that you are just a small fry, it is time to grow up. Chapter 81. You are just like ants. Lower your heads immediately. Humph. Useless thing. You can't even discipline your own son. Seeing that Lin Jianjun had been trying to persuade him for so long, Lin Tao remained indifferent. Lin Tao viciously. Boy, Zhao Hu, have been in the Demon City for many years. You are the first one who dares to attack my son in front of me. You're brave. How about this? For your father's sake, I'll break the leg you kicked me with. So what if this matter is exposed? Zhao Hu touched the big tiger tattoo on the back of his head with an expression that said, "You got a good deal." Hearing this, Lin Tao could react. Lin Jianjun's face lit up with joy, although he was very disappointed with the unfilial son in front of him. But who can blame him for shooting out from his own body? Seeing that Zhao Hu was willing to give in, he felt sincerely fortunate. Rebellious son, why are you still standing there? Master Tiger, for my sake, decided to be magnanimous and only break one of your legs. Such a great favor. Why don't you kneel down and kowtow to thank Lord Tiger? Lin Tao. Which mental hospital did this guy sneak out of? This moment, even Zhao Hu himself was a little surprised, let alone the others present. Such words. People can't, or at least shouldn't, say it easily. Lin Tao's father. It's really different from ordinary people. Su Fan sighed in his heart. He inexplicably thought of his parents, and after making this comparison, he suddenly felt very happy. Brother Lin Tao did nothing wrong, and this man wants to break Brother Lin Tao's leg? And you asked Brother Lin Tao to kowtow to him and thank him. This is too outrageous. Even the naive by Susu. Now he couldn't bear to watch it anymore and spoke out to dissuade them. Hearing this, Lin Jianjun frowned and glared at his niece. How could this girl be so ignorant? I am completely thinking about this rebellious son. That's enough, Susu. You don't understand at all. As the saying goes, a man lives by his face, and a tree lives by its bark. But Lin Tao kicked Mr. Zhao in public. The price he paid now is just a leg, but Master Zhao lost his precious face. This is outrageous. Listen to these words that subvert your worldview. Many people present had the face of an elderly person on the subway. I began to doubt my own 9 years of compulsory education. Did I learn the wrong things? And at this time, Lin Hao, with the 5-finger marks on his cheek, looked at Lin Tao and spoke earnestly. Brother Lin Tao, Daddy is right, but I know a man's knees are made of gold, and brother will definitely not be willing to kneel down. If that's the case, then today I, Lin Hao, will kneel down on your behalf. After saying, Lin Hao knelt down in front of Zhao, who with a tragic look on his face. Thank you, Master Tiger, for agreeing to only break one of my brother's legs. On behalf of my brother, I kneel down to thank you. Thank you, Master Tiger. This. Seeing this scene, everyone present was stunned, because it was so explosive. They can no longer tell whether it is their own values that are problematic or the self-righteous Lin Hao and his son who have problems. Not bad, not bad. You, the Lin family, are sensible. Boy, I keep my word. After I break one of your legs, I will never pursue the matter again. Facing Zhao Hu's satisfied look, Lin Tao was speechless. Are you mentally ill? You forgot to take your medicine too? Are you sick? As soon as these words were spoken, The whole audience was in an uproar. Lin Tao as if he was a madman. Is this guy desperate? How dare he insult Tiger Master to his face? It's over. Brother Tao, are you really going to heaven? Who gave you the courage to say these words? Even Fish Liang wouldn't dare to do this. He Yicheng and others were trembling with fear. Their legs went weak. They were really scared. Lord Tiger is very concerned about his reputation. He would not let Lin Tao go easily if he humiliated him in public like this, even if it was just for his subordinates to see. As expected, Zhao Hu's face suddenly turned gloomy, as if water was about to drip out. Then he laughed in anger. Okay. You have guts. Based on what you just said, if I let you walk out of this box safely today, how can I convince others in the future? Even your father doesn't dare to talk to me like this. How dare you? A nobody like you, be so arrogant? If you don't give me an explanation today, or can't find someone to protect you, I will make you bleed. Oh no. Seeing that Zhao Hu was really angry, He Yicheng and others were silent. At this time, a delicate voice was heard. It was the little lowly Chen Kersen. You dare? Are you afraid that you can't afford to offend our backers? I can't afford to offend? Ha ha ha. I want to see who in the Magic City Tiger Lord, can't afford to offend. He is my bodyguard. The martial arts master who has been making the rounds in Magic City recently, Su Fan. Su Fan? Could it be Master Su who can cut the sky, the earth and all living beings with one sword? In Zhao Hu's astonished eyes, Chen Kersen pushed Su Fan out and stared at Zhao Hu arrogantly. But she was still a little panicked in her heart. She didn't know whether she could successfully fool the stupid tiger in front of her. If that doesn't work, he could only take out the remaining two powerful weapons, the light fireworks Gatling gun, to fight his way out and lead everyone to escape. Today, I have the Gatling gun of light in my hand. She, Chen Kersen, will definitely kill gods if gods stand in her way, and destroy Buddhas if Buddhas stand in her way. Beside her, He Yicheng and others were praying desperately, hoping to trick Zhao Hu temporarily. But the opposite happened. The moment Zhao Hu saw Su Fan, he was so angry that he laughed. These bastards really thought he was a fool? What a profound level of accomplishment a martial arts master has. According to the information he knew, for an ordinary person to reach the level of an internal force warrior, it would probably take 40 to 50 years without some talent, and that's just the beginning. As for the martial arts master, that requires the right time, right place, and right people. Anyone who can reach the realm of a grandmaster at the age of 50 is already a gifted genius. How old does Su Fan look? At most 27 or 28. It can't be more than 30. At this age, you say he is a martial arts master? It's ridiculous. Just when Zhao Hu felt cheated and was about to attack, someone said something in a casual tone like, "Have you eaten?" And it exploded in his ears. These people are all pretty good. I'll protect them. If you dare to embarrass them again, I will kill you directly. Su Fan's expression was calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. He had a good time interacting with Lin Tao and others today. Considering that these rich second generations have relatively normal IQs, Su Fan decided to protect them. But in the eyes of outsiders, Su Fan's behavior, no doubt he was running around the streets carrying a dung basket on his back, looking for shit. Holy crap. Su Fan, if you want to die, don't drag us into this. What? Did you, like Brother Tao, also gain the courage of Fish Liang? Why are they getting more arrogant than the other? Our little hearts. It's killing us. He Yicheng and other rich second generations supported each other, sweating profusely. They were really afraid of being frightened and fainting right here. Even Chen Kersen, who was fearless, was stunned for a moment. She also didn't expect Su Fan to dare to say such arrogant words. If the other party is really a martial arts master, then he can naturally do whatever he wants. But the problem is he is a fake. If this forces Zhao Hu to turn against him, he will be finished on the spot, etc. Chen Kersen suddenly realized that she understood why Su Fan was so arrogant. If you want to fake it, then the more arrogant and real it is, the better. After all, a truly strong person would not argue with a jerk like Zhao Hu. If he is not convinced, he will just fight. And just as she had guessed, she was shocked to see Su Fan being so arrogant. What Zhao Hu wanted to say in anger was stuck in his throat, and his face was full of confusion. Why is this guy so fearless? If you're trying to bluff me, then this acting skill is too amazing. He stared at Su Fan's indifferent eyes, which were terrifying eyes that treated life as worthless and as insignificant as an ant. At this time, Su Fan frowned slightly and glared at Zhao Hu. They are just like ants. Lower your head right now. You have no self-awareness. How dare you look me in the face? Chapter 82. Actually, I just want to earn some points. Like an ant. How dare you look me in the face? This? Hearing Su Fan's arrogant words, everyone present was silent. I don't understand where the other party's confidence comes from. How dare you talk to Tiger Lord like this? But at this time, Zhao Hu had no time to care about other people's eyes. Under Su Fan's majestic gaze, his instinct of fear made him lower his head immediately. Realizing his own reaction, he felt humiliated and angry. He is Lord Tiger, the bully of the Magic City. How come I'm so scared by a young boy that I can't even look him in the eye? Even now, Zhao Hu still doesn't want to believe that Su Fan is a young master. That's right. Miss Han sent me a photo of Master Su before. Just take a look, and you will know whether it is real or fake. Zhao Hu quickly took out his mobile phone, found the message Shin Shia sent him, and clicked on the picture. On the picture, the young man has an ordinary appearance, but that familiar cold expression seemed to put Zhao Hu in an ice cellar, chilling him from head to toe. Fuck you. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to my dad like that? On the other side, Zhao Lei completely went berserk. On weekdays, he almost walks sideways in the Magic City. But now, he has suffered losses one after another at the hands of a few scoundrels? This uncle can tolerate it, but the ant can't. Zhao Lei picked up a baseball bat and rushed towards Lin Tao and the others, shouting, My father is Zhao Hu. Fight back if you have the guts. I have never seen such a request in my life. Satisfy you. Lin Tao grabbed the baseball bat that was hitting him on the head and hit him with a big dick with his backhand. Bang! Ding! The host slaps Zhao Lei in the face and is awarded 3 points. There are points to be gained. Lin Tao raised his eyebrows and had a cruel idea in his mind. How dare you fight back? My dad is Lord Tiger. Lord Tiger. Covering his burning cheeks, Zhao Lei kept shouting in disbelief. In his eyes, he has his father as his backer. Who dares to touch him? It would be reasonable to just stand there and let him beat you to his heart's content. Who cares if your dad is Lord Tiger or Lord Dog? I'll still beat him up even if he's Li Gang. Lin Tao grabbed Zhao Lei's collar and swung his right hand non-stop, rewarding him with a big punch. Slap points +3. Points +4. Points +5. Points +3. Under Lin Tao's quick attack, Zhao Lei's cheeks were swollen and blood was oozing from the corners of his mouth. Humph! What level do you have to learn from me to bully others? Is your power as powerful as mine? Huh. Bang bang bang. And you dare to attack my friend? Do you want your mother to die? Irritable. Too irritable. As expected of a man with violent temper, He I Ching and others were stunned. I didn't expect Brother Tao to be so violent and slap his son like this in front of Master Hu. But aren't you really afraid of anything going wrong? If Su Fan's fake plan fails, wouldn't Tiger Lord's revenge be even more insane? The rich second generation were worried, but also a little touched. Because Brother Tao said they were friends, was he venting his anger for himself and the others? In the crowd, Bai Susu's face was filled with emotion. Lin Tao was so reckless and beat up that bastard Zhao Lei. Could it be that he had coveted my body not long ago, which caused Brother Lin Tao's anger? Is this revenge for me? Really? Lin Tao is still the boy who loved me, without any change. His marriage to Sister Susan was just a test, and the faith he had in his heart that he loved me had not diminished at all. I was moved. By Susu, her eyes were red. At this time, seeing that Zhao Lei was beaten badly, Lin Hao's eyes rolled, and he quickly came forward to show his loyalty, hoping to take the opportunity to win Zhao Lei's favor. Stop it, brother. Stop it. Don't hit me anymore, brother. Don't hit me anymore. I beg you, please don't hit Mr. Zhao anymore. Lin Tao, who couldn't stand it, threw another big punch with his backhand. Bang! Get away from me. Covering his cheek, Lin Hao screamed, ah, and fell to the ground having accomplished his mission.
Woof woof woof.
At this time, a little teddy dog ran over and barked at Lin Tao. Harry, save me, bite him to death. Seeing his beloved dog appear, Zhao Lei quickly gave orders. But he underestimated Lin Tao's fighting ability. He had already transformed into Baiduzia, and no matter whether you are a human or a dog, he would serve you all. Harry, you beast. You didn't even let the dog go. Amid Zhao Lei's desperate wails, Lin Tao swung his arms at the little teddy that pounced on him, and it was an ultimate big fight. Oh, whoa. Little Teddy rolled several times in the air. Then he was slapped into a corner and lay motionless. Snort. Dogs that bite people must be killed? Seeing that no one could match Lin Tao, Zhao Lei angrily called upon his backers. Dad, please say something. Unfortunately, the one who responded to him was not Zhao Hu, but another angry voice. Lin Tao, you are such a rebellious son. How unreasonable can you be? Young Master Zhao was just joking with you, but you hit him so hard? You didn't even spare his beloved dog. Don't you have any mercy at all? Pointing at Lin Tao, the unfilial son, Lin Jianjun's face was filled with anger and despair. Bang! But the next second, a big slap slapped him hard in the face. Master Tiger, why did you hit me? Lin Jianjun covered his cheek with his hands, looking confused. Shouldn't you fight? You are confusing right and wrong. Little friend Lin was clearly disciplining my son for me. But you said it was a beating. That's just nonsense, and it slanders little friend Lin's innocence. Huh? After hearing what Zhao Hu said, not only Lin Jianjun, but everyone present was confused. Is the substitute plan successful? Did Zhao Hu really believe that Su Fan was a martial arts master? Chen Kersen and others immediately realized this. They suddenly remembered the reason why Lin Tao beat Zhao Lei so arrogantly just now. Is it to increase the credibility of Su Fan's identity? After all, it is because of the protection of the martial arts master that Lin Tao dares to be so arrogant. This forced Zhao Hu to believe it, and everyone was able to escape from danger. Think of this. Everyone gave Lin Tao a thumbs up in their hearts. Brother Tao is awesome. Is this the real wisdom? Even Su Fan should understand the deeper meaning behind Lin Tao's behavior. He couldn't help but look up to Lin Tao. This rich second-generation's brain is quite useful. But if the current Lin Tao could hear the voices of the people, he would definitely look confused and explain weakly. Actually, I just simply want to earn some points. Chapter 83. Su Fan was shocked. The fiancée that Lin Tao mentioned. Could it be his younger sister? King's box. After Zhao Hu said that his son deserved to be beaten, Lin Tao was just disciplining his son for him. The entire box suddenly fell into deathly silence. Everyone was watching all this with a look as if they had seen a ghost. See, could it be that we are hallucinating? Is this still the Tiger Lord who dotes on his son? Dad, are you crazy? Dad? Your son was beaten up? Listen to what you said. Are you speaking human language? Ignore the burning pain in your cheek. Zhao Lei opened his eyes wide and stared at his father in disbelief. But what changed his outlook on life even more was yet to come. His father, who usually never got angry with him, actually yelled at him this time. Shut up, you bastard. I always teach you to be low-key and kind to others when you go out. But you always use my name to bully others. Now I have offended Mr. Su and his friends. Do you want to piss me off to death? Why don't you apologize to Mr. Su and his friends right now? Listening to Zhao Hu calling him Mr. Su all the time, everyone present suddenly understood. No wonder Zhao Hu's temperament changed so much. It turned out that he was afraid of Su Fan's identity as a martial arts master. When he, I Ching, and others heard this, they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. So lucky. I never expected that. Did they really fool Tiger Lord? When Su Fan saw that Zhao Hu seemed to recognize his identity, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Is there someone in Demon City investigating me? It seemed that the bald guy looked at his phone and his attitude changed drastically. It seems that we need to find a time to interrogate this person. While Su Fan was thinking, Zhao Lei came to his senses, shook his head and roared. Dad, you want me to apologize to them? What a joke. You don't really believe that little jerk is some famous martial arts master, do you? Are you getting old and confused? Lin Tao with an angry look on his face. How dare you hit me? Do you really think you can scare me by making up a fake? Do you really think that I, Mr. Zhao, was brought up by being frightened? I have never seen anyone who can bully others more than me in my life. You bastard. This guy has a really stinky mouth. Lin Tao raised his eyebrows. One of them couldn't help it and transformed into the irritable Baiduzia again, and launched 10 consecutive attacks. Pa pa pa. At this point, Zhao Lei couldn't even speak, and several of his front teeth were knocked out by Lin Tao. Brother Tao, you are so brave. This is really cruel. Take it easy, take it easy. If Lord Tiger is too eager to protect his son, and one of his superiors ignores the intimidation of Master Su Fan, the martial arts master, and really fights us to the death, we will be finished. Looking at the extremely miserable Zhao Lei, he, I Ching, and others broke out in cold sweats and really wanted to go up and pull Lin Tao away. They had already seen Zhao Hu's increasingly gloomy expression, as if he might go berserk at any moment. And the facts are just as they expected. Watching his precious son being slapped repeatedly, Zhao Hu's anger reached its peak and he even wanted to flip the table. But a vague gaze made his hair stand on end, and he woke up instantly. As the saying goes, the master should not be insulted. He knew very well that if he really dared to turn against her, Su Fan would definitely kill himself on the spot, as he said before. Helpless, Zhao Hu could only stand there feeling frustrated. Fortunately, at this time, the punching bag appeared. Master Tiger, please go and save Master Zhao. I know that rebellious son too well. How could he possibly know any important person? He is 100% bluffing. Now that I've kicked him out of my house, who else would want to befriend him except Su Xingtian? Not to mention being noticed by some martial arts master. You've been completely fooled. Lin Jianjun came forward and urged Zhao Hu to rescue the people quickly and not to care about his face and to be ruthless to Lin Tao. He didn't want Zhao Hu to realize he had been deceived and vent his anger on the Lin family. But what responded to him were several loud shouts of Dabadoo. Pa pa pa. What is Mr. Su's identity? How could I not know? You still dare to question Mr. Su? I'm going to beat you to death. Bang bang bang. Zhao Hu vented all the frustration he had experienced today on Lin Jianjun's face. Snort. Your son beat my son? I don't dare to touch him, so I'll beat his father to vent my anger. Thinking of this, Zhao Hu hit harder, as if to vent his anger for his son. Pa pa pa. In the shocked eyes of the crowd, the two sides began to compete. Sons beat sons, fathers beat fathers. You are cruel, but I am even crueler. Inside the box. At this moment, there was only one person who was not attracted by this once-in-a-century scene. He was Su Fan, who had an expressionless face from beginning to end. But at this moment, Su Fan's pupils shrank slightly, and there was an expression on his face for the first time, which was a look of surprise. Just now that person seemed to have mentioned Su Shengtian, grandfather's name? What's going on? Could it be that Lin Tao has had any connection with my Su family in recent years? Wait. Intersection? I remember he mentioned before that his fiancée's last name was Su? Could it be that you are referring to my little sister? After all, my little sister has perfectly inherited the good-looking genes of her father and mother. After growing up, it doesn't seem strange to be called the most beautiful woman in Shanghai? Realized a possibility. Su Fan frowned and kept recalling every detail of his previous interactions with Lin Tao. But the more he thought about it, the uglier his expression became. Because he also remembered one thing, which he I Ching and others seemed to have mentioned during their discussion before. Lin Tao's fiancé is a comatose vegetable. It seems that I have to go back to the Su family first. I hope I am just overthinking. The person Lin Jianjun was talking about might just have the same name as his grandfather. And my little sister, she is so young. How could she become a vegetable? Could it be that someone has done something shady to him? Although there was a glimmer of hope in his heart, Su Fan had a strong intuition that he had probably guessed the truth correctly. After all, Lin Tao's fiancé's surname is Su, and Lin Jianjun also mentioned his grandfather's name. The Lin and Su families happened to have had some interactions in the past. These coincidences made Su Fan's face gradually become ugly. If my younger sister really became a vegetable, it would be fine if it was caused by an accident. If it was a man-made murder, it doesn't matter where the murderer comes from or for what reason. I swear to kill the entire family of the other party and wipe out their entire clan. Now, a hint of scarlet murderous intent flashed in Su Fan's pupils. As the saying goes, a dragon has a reverse scale, and whoever touches it will die. Family members are Su Fan's untouchable weak spot. In order to protect his important family, he doesn't care even if he has to make the world his enemy. Chapter 84: Su Fan's Intelligence Acquisition. Pa pa pa. I'm sorry. I apologize. Please, stop hitting me. Finally, Zhao Lei couldn't bear the continuous attacks of Baido and surrendered. Several of his front teeth had fallen out, and he begged for mercy incoherently. Hearing this, Lin Tao then stopped and rubbed his sore arm. Hey, it seems that playing with Bidu is also a physical job. The other side. Seeing Lin Tao stop, Zhao Hu could only bow and force a smile, even though he was dissatisfied. For my son Zhao Lei's rudeness, I would like to apologize to Mr. Su and everyone else on his behalf. Zhao Hu apologized, but his eyes never left Su Fan. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that his concessions were all because of Su Fan. What made Zhao Hu uneasy was, no matter how he tried to show his goodwill, Su Fan always kept his hands in his pockets and had an expressionless face, making it impossible to guess what he was really thinking. And seeing Su Fan's indifferent attitude, He I-Ching and others were extremely anxious. This guy is too pretentious. Do you really think you are a martial arts master? Now that Lord Tiger has given us a way out, why not use it to end this incident? Delay will lead to changes. It's nothing. Lord Tiger, there's no need to be like this. It's just a misunderstanding. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, everyone is naturally happy. Well, we have been delayed for a long time. Today is mainly to celebrate my girlfriend's birthday. We have other things to do, so we'll leave first. He I-Ching grabbed Kong Lian's hand and just wanted to run away quickly. As for whether Tiger Lord will retaliate after he knows the truth, causing terrible consequences, now He I-Ching is no longer willing to think about it. Or rather, I don't dare to think about it, let's just take it one step at a time. When they heard He I-Ching's proposal to leave, Kong Lian and his friends immediately seized the opportunity and responded positively. They couldn't wait to leave here. If they stayed any longer, they were really afraid that their little hearts wouldn't be able to take it. This is so fucking exciting. They found a fake to act in front of Tiger Lord, but they managed to fool him in the end. This bizarre experience, if written into a cool plot, might even be criticized by readers. Your plot is so fake. When Zhao Hu heard everyone suggesting to leave, he did not react at all. His target has always been Su Fan. Mr. Su, I wonder if you are free. Can I treat you to a meal alone to express my sincere apology? Hearing Zhao Hu's request, He I-Ching and others were shocked. Are they going to leave Su Fan alone? Wouldn't the risk of exposure increase exponentially? No. Su Fan is my bodyguard. How can he leave my side? Chen Kersen was the first to jump out and rejected Zhao Hu's proposal. After all, it was he who dragged Su Fan into this. How could she really leave Su Fan here alone now? What if something happened? Kong Lian and others beside her looked at each other in bewilderment. Although he was afraid, he still gritted his teeth and stood up to support Chen Kersen. Master Tiger, we are together. We agreed to celebrate the birthday together. No one can be missing. Next time, Lord Tiger, Su Fan, and I have an appointment to go wash feet together later. Looking at those people who kept finding excuses to shirk their responsibilities because they were worried that something might happen to them. For some reason, Su Fan felt a long-lost warmth in his heart. These second-generation rich people are pretty nice. He hasn't felt this way in a long time. In the past, no matter where he went, he had to face everyone's ridicule alone, and he had no friends around him with whom he could confide. Now there are so many people standing up to speak for him. This made Su Fan's originally expressionless face show a slight smile. TSK. Isn't this style of painting a bit wrong? A group of rich second generations who were originally cannon fodder villains. Now, not only is he not slapped in the face by the protagonist's pretense, but he is also speaking for the protagonist? This is really like a little cow ringing the doorbell. So awesome. Lin Tao stroked his chin with an amused look on his face. Don't worry. I just happen to have something I want to talk to Zhao Hu about. You guys go first. Su Fan raised his hand, first thanked everyone for their kindness, and then expressed his intention to stay. Regarding the Su family, he decided to get some information from Zhao Hu. Seeing Su Fan's firm attitude, He I-Ching and others were puzzled but did not insist. At this time, Chen Kersen frowned and squeezed over. Then be careful. Call me if anything happens. And this is for your self-defense. After saying, Chen Kersen handed the red school bag to Su Fan, which contained her remaining 2 killer weapons. At last, the two groups separated temporarily, and Su Fan stayed alone in the king's box. Master Su, please take a seat. Zhao Hu was very attentive. He invited Su Fan to the first seat first. He immediately asked Ajian and other subordinates to help Zhao Lei out and drove away Lin Jianjun and his son. Soon, Su Fan and his partner were the only ones left in the box. How did you recognize me? Su Fan asked the first question concisely. Oh, that. I work for the Han family. Miss Han Shin Shia sent me your photo and asked us to look for you. By the way, Mr. Su, I just took the initiative to inform Miss Han Shin Shia of your presence. She just happened to be hanging around. She should be here soon. With Zhao Lei's explanation, Su Fan finally understood the whole story. But this is not what he is most concerned about at the moment. Tell me, everything you know about the Su family? What is the current situation of the Su family? After listening to Su Fan's words, Zhao Hu was a little confused for a moment. Su family? Why did you suddenly bring up the Su family, who has nothing to do with you? Besides, you are already on good terms with the son-in-law of the Su family. Why do you still need to ask me? However, despite this, Zhao Hu did not dare to neglect Su Fan's question. The Su family. Are you referring to the Su family that was at its peak 5 years ago, but is now gradually declining? Um. Hearing this, Su Fan's blood pressure suddenly rose. But he still nodded calmly. The Su family. It's a family with a rough history. Next is Zhao Hu's brief introduction. Su Fan gradually learned about various news about the Su family in the past few years. The boy who was standing next to you just now, I remember his name was Lin Tao. He is the son-in-law that Su Shengtian found to bring good luck to his granddaughter, who is in a comatose state. If I remember correctly, the wedding date seems to be not far away. Chapter 85. To die in my hands is the enemy's lifelong honor. 2-in-1, large chapter. My little sister has become a vegetable? In order to bring her good luck, Grandpa asked Lin Tao to be his son-in-law? After listening to Zhao Hu's story, Su Fan's expression became even colder. When he was in the mountain before, he would ask the masters who came down the mountain from time to time to inquire about the situation of the Su family, and he always got good news. Therefore, he always believed that his younger sister and the others were living well, and he could practice with peace of mind. But unexpectedly, just a few months later, the Su family encountered such a shocking change. What caused Susan to become a vegetable? Su Fan's eyes were filled with coldness, and murderous intent was boiling in his heart. The hint of murderous intent that he inadvertently revealed made Zhao Hu, who was standing beside him, feel his hair stand on end. He thought he had angered Su Fan in some way, and was terrified. I heard it seemed like an accident happened at home? Sorry, Mr. Su, I'm not very clear about the specific situation. Zhao Hu swallowed his saliva, rubbed his hands nervously, and explained humbly. He has no business dealings with the Su family. Many things about the Su family are just hearsay, and are not that clear. But he was also very curious. Why did Su Fan seem so concerned about the Su family's affairs? Both parties have the surname Su. Are they relatives? Or is it that Su Fan is also a playboy who came here because he wanted to see the most beautiful woman in Magic City? Seeing that Zhao Hu couldn't explain clearly, Su Fan simply changed the subject. Tell me about Lin Tao. Oh, that kid. I don't know if he's been possessed by evil spirits recently, but he's caused a lot of trouble. Immediately following, Zhao Hu then revealed everything about Lin Tao's severance of ties with the Lin family and the 3.5 billion dowry. After hearing this, Su Fan was a little shocked. He didn't expect that Lin Tao looked like an honest and decent person. What we do in private is so crazy. But think about it carefully. In a biased and oppressive living environment like the Lin family, Lin Tao suffers from irritability. In addition, when Su Fan heard that the other party spent 3.5 billion in dowry to help the Su family overcome the difficulties when the family was in an economic crisis, his impression of her improved a lot. But the thought that Lin Tao might become his brother-in-law, Su Fan frowned slightly again. In his eyes, the husband my sister will marry in the future will definitely be an outstanding man, second to none, above 10,000 others. Lin Tao now is obviously far from meeting this standard. But the most important thing is that I have to like it. As long as my younger sister likes him and treats him well, even if he is an incompetent person, I can't protect the couple for life. I just don't know what my little sister is thinking. I can't let her get married while she is in a vegetative state. With the 13 Ghost Gate needles inherited from my second master, I believe it will be more than enough to treat my little sister. I have to find a way to wake my little sister from her vegetative state first. Lin Tao after she wakes up, then I can only choose another good husband for her. He was not very satisfied with Lin Tao, but if his sister likes it, Su Fan will also choose to bless her. Of course, if my little sister wakes up and says she doesn't like Lin Tao, then Su Fan could only apologize to the other party and find ways to repay Lin Tao's efforts through other channels. Think of this. Su Fan stood up and planned to leave. He planned to find a reason to go back to the Su family first. Just at this moment, the door was opened and a young, beautiful girl with a hot body walked in quickly. Mississippi. When he saw the girl's true face, Zhao Hu quickly turned around and greeted her. This is the precious daughter of the Han family, his backer, and he must flatter her. But Han Shin Shia ignored Zhao Hu at all. Instead, she trotted over to Su Fan, covered her cherry lips, and shouted shyly. Su Fan, Ms. Han, I heard that you are investigating me. Please give me a reason. Ignoring Han Shin Xiao's pretty face, Su Fan frowned and asked. Ah, Su Fan, don't misunderstand. I'm not investigating you. It's just that you left in such a hurry last time that I didn't have the chance to get to know you properly. And since they don't have your contact information, I have no choice but to ask someone else to help find your whereabouts. As for the reason for looking for you, the main thing is that I can't stop thinking about you since we last met. I seem to have fallen in love with you. Han Xinxiao held her cheeks with both hands and spoke in a coquettish voice. Ever since I knew that Su Fan was the legendary martial arts master, Han Xinxiao secretly made up her mind to make this man fall in love with her in order to prove that her charm far surpassed Susan S. So she deliberately wore a low-cut evening dress today, revealing a large area of white skin, paired with a charming look and this tingling voice. She just didn't believe that there was any man who could remain indifferent. When he saw Zhao Hu standing beside him, his eyes popped out and he looked like he wanted to look but didn't dare to. Han Xinxiao was secretly delighted, knowing that her man-attracting makeup was a great success. But what made her fail was Su Fan didn't even raise his eyelids and responded in a flat and indifferent voice. If you dare to flirt with me again, I will kill you. Han Xinxiao's face froze, and she looked completely dumbfounded. Are you serious about what you said to a pretty girl? Ignoring the two dazed people, Su Fan put his hands in his pockets, turned around, and prepared to leave. But after taking a few steps, he was stopped by Han Xinxiao. Wait, Su Fan, I have something else to tell you. Seeing Su Fan frowning, there was a hint of impatience on his face. Han Xinxiao's heart trembled. She didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore and quickly got to the point. About Fang Yimou, who you killed not long ago. These 2 days, his master Jiang Yangping came to my Han family. After seeing the sword marks you left and learning that his apprentice died in your hands, he asked us to inform you that he wants to fight you in a life-and-death battle. He is a master who has entered the realm of the Grandmaster for many years. Su Fan, I want to arrange for you to go abroad to avoid the disaster. What do you think? He heard that a warrior of the same level wanted to seek revenge on him. Su Fan was finally aroused a little interest. He is born warlike. It's just that in the past few years, he has been practicing in the mountains and has not come into contact with the so-called martial arts world. Apart from his own master, there is no opponent with whom he can compete. Now that he had the opportunity to fight a life-and-death battle with warriors of the same level, Su Fan was only excited. Beside him, Zhao Hu looked shocked. I didn't expect that the person who wanted to seek revenge on Su Fan would be so powerful. Jiang Yangping? Could it be the Jiang Yangping who swept across the Chinese martial arts world 20 years ago? Hasn't he died of old age yet? When he was invincible, I heard that he had just entered the Grandmaster realm. He must have been 50 years old that year. Oh my goodness. Can a martial arts master live that long? A 70-year-old man is still so capable? Mr. Su, 20 years have passed. Jiang Yangping is now probably at least at the middle stage of the Grandmaster of the Transformation realm. I suggest you stay out of the spotlight for a while. You hide for a few years, and we'll just keep quiet for now. I guess that old man won't live for many years. When he dies, the world will be yours. Su Fan scoffed at Zhao Hu's proposal. Then he turned around silently and asked Han Xinxiao about the time and place of the life-and-death battle. Half a month later, the official Jianghu life and death contest will be held. Officially held? Su Fan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that the Chinese government would actually come up with a system like the life and death arena. Yes, to prevent fighting between warriors and causing damage to the people. The authorities have specially set up a life and death contest to allow warriors to resolve irreconcilable conflicts between each other. It determines who is superior and who is inferior, and it also determines life and death. So Su Fan, you should go abroad to avoid the limelight for a while. The opponent this time is not in the same league as Fang Yimou before. You have become a martial arts master at such a young age. You have unlimited possibilities in the future. It is only a matter of time before you surpass Jiang Yangping. There is no need to risk your life now. Han Xinxiao finally met a talented person, and she didn't want him to die young. She is also preparing to conquer Su Fan. As for the other party's indifference, fine. Han Xinxiao has plenty of time. Even if Su Fan is an iceberg, she will find a way to melt him sooner or later. The most urgent task is to keep Su Fan alive. Jiang Yangping has been at the Grandmaster level for more than 20 years. How could Su Fan, who had just become a Grandmaster, be able to contend with him? But in the face of Han Xinxiao and the others' earnest advice, Su Fan's mouth suddenly curled up and he smiled. It was a mocking laugh. That was a disdainful smile. Do you care whether the ants on the ground are big or small? Whether it's Fangamo or Zhang Yangping? In my eyes, there is no difference. They are all like ants and can be killed at will. On the contrary, it's Zhang Yangping. He is very lucky. If he could really die in my hands, this will be the glory of his life, enough for him to go down in history and live happily ever after. After saying, Su Fan put his hands behind his back and slowly left the king's box, leaving behind Han Xinxiao and the other person who were dumbfounded. The other side. Tianqing Entertainment KTV. Chen Kersen and others were worried and walked out of the door looking back every few steps. Don't worry. Brother Su chose to stay, so he must have his own considerations. He will be fine. Lin Tao rubbed his nose and comforted everyone with a smile. Oh, I hope. But Su Fan is just a fake after all, not a real martial arts master. If the truth is revealed, it will all be over. We will also be retaliated. I haven't enjoyed life enough? Think of some terrible consequences. He Yicheng and others were all sweating coldly, and their legs were weak. All right. The villain is the villain. I thought you were worried about the protagonist, but it turns out you were actually worried about being punished later. Lin Tao grinned. However, he did not comfort He Yicheng and the others. These guys are usually quite arrogant and domineering, and their behavior is definitely disgusting and domineering. This incident is just a lesson for the other party. I believe that the next period of time will be enough for them to keep their tails between their legs and behave like normal people. Let's go sit in the milk tea shop across the street for a while. Su Fan is my bodyguard after all. I have to wait for that guy to come back safely. Soon, Chen Kersen and others discussed and went to the store opposite the KTV to wait. Spend some time with my Susan. Lin Tao decisively refused. After forcing everyone to eat dog food, he waved his hand and left amid a burst of hush. Looking at the man's leaving back, Bai Susu's eyes looked a little dazed. Lin Tao today seemed very different from the gentle brother he used to be. At least the brother Lin Tao from back then would definitely stay by her side, ask her about her well-being, and personally escort her home. Instead of leaving without looking back like now. Is it that I am just being sentimental? Lin Tao doesn't love me? At this moment, Bai Susu began to doubt her own judgment. But when she thought of the scene not long ago when Lin Tao offended Lord Tiger and beat Zhao Lei for her, she got it. Lin Tao must feel that he is now a man with a fiancée. If you show too much enthusiasm towards me, my reputation may be damaged and I may be labeled as a mistress by some people with ulterior motives. That's why he left so coldly. Sure enough, even now, brother Lin Tao is still thinking about me. Hawk. What should I do if my brother loves me too much? This love is so hot, I can't control it. After all, I have always treated Lin Tao as my biological brother, but now I have to treat him as my lover. Oh, asterisk forward slash 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 asterisk Q. It's so embarrassing just thinking about it. Bai Susu squeezed her legs together, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Traffic light intersection. In order to return to the Su family as soon as possible and see his cute wife, Lin Tao waved his hand and tried to stop a taxi. Beep, beep, beep. When a red taxi stopped, Lin Tao was about to get in. Sudden, a familiar smell of green tea wafted over, making Lin Tao frown in confusion and couldn't help sneezing a few times. Brother, why did you rob the taxi I stopped? Oh? Enemies meet on a narrow road. Lin Tao turned around with a twitching mouth, and sure enough, he saw another strange father and son. You evil creature. It was your brother who saw this taxi first and stopped it. Are you going to snatch it from him? Because of Zhao Hu's big bag, Lin Jianjun's cheeks were extremely red and swollen at this moment, and the burning pain made him extremely irritable. Especially when he saw the culprit who caused him to be beaten, he was furious. You're crazy. This taxi is under his name? He can stop it, but I can't. How dare you talk back? Lin Jianjun's face turned pale. He didn't expect Lin Tao to be so shameless that he didn't even know the basic courtesy of first come first served. If I had known earlier, I should have shot him in the trash can. Chapter 86 Susan S. Wild Thoughts. Why hasn't Lin Tao come back yet? There is a constant stream of people on the road. Seeing that Lin Tao ignored him, he sat straight into the back seat of the taxi. Lin Jianjun's face became increasingly gloomy. He turned around and yelled at the driver who was watching the show. I'll buy your junk car. I order you to refuse to take this evil creature with you immediately and get him off the bus. Driver. Hey, Is there something wrong with this person? How dare you call my dinner buddy a broken car? Just as the driver was about to get angry, he heard Lin Jianjun's impatient urging. Asshole, why are you still standing there? I'm the chairman of the Lin Group. Are you afraid that I can't afford your crappy car? Is 100,000 enough? 500,000? Or 1 million? As soon as these words came out, the driver's anger immediately subsided. After all, no one can resist money. He got out of the car half-believingly, opened the mobile payment app, and put it in front of Lin Jianjun. Give me the money first. 200,000. How are you going to give it? Ha ha ha. You poor people have such low standards that you only dare to ask for a mere 200,000 yuan. However, transfer it to him. Faced with the humiliation in person and thinking of his wife and children at home, the driver finally took a deep breath and tried hard not to get angry. At this time, Lin Hao looked embarrassed and approached Lin Jianjun and whispered, "But Dad, we are having trouble cash flow right now. If it were before, let alone 200,000, even 2 million would have been given without blinking an eye. But now, in order to raise 3.5 billion, almost all of his assets have been sold. Now we can only live temporarily in the staff dormitory. Where can we get the money? As for the beauty ointment, it has just become popular in the past few days, and there is still some time before the company's dividends are distributed. Yo. As the chairman of the Lin Group, it's impossible that he can't even come up with 200,000 yuan. In the back seat of the taxi, Lin Tao's face was full of sarcasm and his tone was exaggerated. You beast, you still have the nerve to say that. If it weren't for you, how could I have fallen to this point today? If you had transferred the shares to me unconditionally, what would a mere 200,000 yuan mean? In the final analysis, it's all your fault, you unfilial descendant. It's a misfortune for our family. In the afterlife, will you have the face to see your mother, your grandparents, and the ancestors of our Lin family? Facing Lin Jianjun's mentally retarded speech, Lin Tao didn't even bother to reply and simply rolled up the rear window. Seeing this, Lin Jianjun was even more furious. Just as he was about to continue cursing, he felt a sharp pain on his face. Bang! Fuck you. You're wasting my time. You don't even have any money, but you still dare to act like a rich guy and boss me around. Seeing that Lin Jianjun couldn't afford the money, the driver became angry and started beating and kicking him to avenge the humiliation he had just suffered. Then he got back into the driver's seat, cursed and drove away. You are such a rebellious son. You will regret it. I have already announced to the company's shareholders that Xiaohao is the future head of the Lin family. And you? Don't ever think about returning to the Lin family again. The company will never have anything to do with you again. Looking at the taxi going away, Lin Jianjun, with disheveled clothes, stood up with difficulty with the help of Lin Hao and cursed loudly at the taillights of the car. Looking back on the miserable experiences I've had recently, almost all of them were caused by Lin Tao. He was left with only hatred for his rebellious son and no longer had any father-son affection. However, you must strive to do your best. In the future, I will make the Lin Group bigger and stronger, and let that rebellious son be envious and regretful. Daddy is getting old. Sooner or later, the future of the group will belong to you. Hearing Lin Jianjun's heartfelt words, Lin Hao was overjoyed. Finally the dust has settled. The Lin Group is basically under control. With my talent and the cooperation with the 10 billion group, I will surely rise rapidly in the Magic City and dominate the world with one hand. Lin Hao suppressed his excitement and nodded solemnly to Lin Jianjun. Daddy, I will definitely work hard and won't let you down. I will honor you well in the future and let you watch me lead the Lin Group to the top of the Demon City. Listening to the bold words of my youngest son, Lin Jianjun laughed heartily and said, good 3 times in a row. He smiled with pride, as if he had already seen the day when Lin Hao would lead the Lin family to glory. For this young son, Lin Jianjun has always been extremely satisfied. The only thing he regretted was the other person's appearance. For example, her fair complexion and single eyelids are almost completely inherited from Bai Yuelon, and she doesn't look like him at all. But it's not a big problem. They are all my good sons after all. Lin Tao, the rebellious son who looks more like his father, but often makes him angry to the point of heartache. Lin Hao is his most satisfying masterpiece. He will truly inherit everything from the Lin family and recreate their former glory. At this time, Lin Jianjun seemed to have discovered something, frowned and asked, However, have you been suffering from heat stroke recently? Why are there several red rashes on your cheeks? Really? No wonder my face feels itchy today. Maybe I haven't had enough rest recently. Lin Tao scratched his itchy cheek and said nonchalantly. Yeah, it's okay. Just apply some of our beauty ointment, and the rash will disappear immediately. Okay, let's go. Let's go home first. We've been delayed for so long. Your mother must be worried at home. Yeah, I also want to go home and see mommy as soon as possible. After saying, Lin Tao took his father's big, generous hand, skipped and jumped like an innocent boy, and took Lin Jianjun towards home. It was evening. A taxi slowly stopped in front of the Su family manor. The back door opened and Lin Tao appeared. Mr. Lin, you're back? Hi, Mr. Lin. Along the way, many people greeted Lin Tao. Lin Tao would smile and nod in response, but he didn't stop and went straight to the second floor. The other side. In the spotless girl's boudoir, there was a beautiful girl who looked like a fairy fallen into the mortal world, lying quietly on the bed and sleeping. If someone could hear her thoughts at this moment, they would certainly be shocked. Because Sleeping Beauty's mental activities are not as peaceful as she appears on the surface. Instead, she kept chattering like an old lady. So boring. No one was talking to me. Why did Lin Tao take so long? Didn't he say he would be back soon? Why did it take so long? What on earth was going on? Come back soon. I want to hear you finish telling me the fairy tale last time. And today's massage, haven't you finished the whole course yet? Lin Tao fell in love with a girl at the party? The two of them are enjoying each other's company under the moon and flowers, right? No,